Okay, we should be nice, ready and good to go. Hey Desert, welcome, how are things going? I almost forgot this was a thing. I don't know how much I got distracted in order to forget that this was a thing, but thank you for reminding me, because apparently it goes on until the 23rd, but the event closes in 7 hours. So this might be the last chance I get to play through it. Speaking of, any sort of suggestions, hand-holding, backseating, I will welcome it all. Because I've been trying to catch up with the game a little bit, but the furthest I've gotten has been Canto 6. My units are only level 45s, and even here, even though it feels like I've been pushed a little bit towards making use of burns and bleeds, I hear proper debuff teams actually need to be uptied to level 4, which is not something I can actually do right now. So this might be a little bit painful, but we'll see how things go. A little bit on the sad side, when it comes to the gacha, I ended up with 123 summons. I did get plenty of rare stuff, but none of the proper banner ones. So fingers crossed, whatever we get from the rest of the event is going to be enough to luck out on at least one of the summons. Otherwise, I should at least be able to pick up, what's her name? Ismael's Final Elegy. So, without further ado, let's start with the first one. 6 hours left, fingers crossed it's going to be more than enough. Where are my units? Hello, good sir. Hey, Adelino, welcome. How are things going? I do like that we get Amiya as an announcer, but where are my units? Why can I only use 4?
소재가
함께하죠.
명령이라면
And 2 of them are 2 for which I don't even have proper IDs.
어디 가는지는 관심 없어. 안내나 해줘.
I think I'm going to keep him as is, because he's got bleed as well as random debuffs.
소재가 준비됐어?
If I remember correctly, I've got a bleed version of him. Oh, this is the bleed version.
명령이라면
How about you? He's on Rapture. And this is Burn. Unlucky.
함께하죠.
그래.
But I will keep my Burn Ismael. Just got done with work, I'm going home and doing some Genshin MSQ. Oh right, the new patch is today. I still haven't patched the game. I hear this one should be really damn good though. Lots and lots of new stuff. First stage, you're limited with sinners because of story reason. You can also get support. Well, I see they bring us up to level 55.
제가 앞에 서죠.
Hopefully we can get it done with the lower level ones. Because my account has sadly not reached this stage where my units can go up to 55. I was exploring a Lobotomy Corporation branch when my consciousness sinks into the depths. The sense of cognition, itself a concept without form, floats into the shadow of an ever-widening river, swept up in its currents to nowhere. When we ran into an abnormality. But Sod told us that Hongyuan Lobotomy Corp branch should be free of any abnormalities. The abnormality, which had appeared out of nowhere, was more otherworldly than any we've encountered so far in our journey, and deep blue. It was fathomlessly blue, as seemed to have pulled and endlessly drew us into itself. Just as I was to recall this abnormality, a myriad of scenes and a flood of incalculable thoughts crashed into my mind like waves before ebbing away from its shores. I was already lost adrift, somewhere within my own consciousness when I realized this. Just how long am I going to be adrift? The sensation of my own consciousness floating away is quite the unfamiliar one. I floated about in that strange state for a while. I recognize that blue. An unfamiliar voice seizes my aimlessly drifting consciousness. Are you Dante? The fog of my vision clears and the voice breaks through the waves. And a concerned expression comes into view. Yes, I am. Gregor, I think Dante has come too. So, who are... I was about to ask further questions to this stranger with particularly long animal-like ears, but... I felt the drowsiness coming back with terrifying memories of the dream, rendering me unable to speak. I have to get a hold of myself. After an indeterminate amount of time has passed, I barely managed to wake up from this slumber to get a grasp of my surrounding, only to find myself surrounded by more unfamiliarities. There was that stranger from earlier, sitting atop a rock and silently taking in the sights, a young girl who probably saved my life. Wait, so were those animal ears after all? Okay, that's not important right now. I have to prioritize figuring out just where in the world I ended up in. We're standing on the Iberian coastline. How are you Oh, wait! It's not the Arknights people that go into Limbus. It's the Limbus people that somehow find themselves into Arknights. A little out of it, but I'm okay otherwise. Iberia, huh? Given that we're next to an ocean, maybe I drifted all the way to the U-Corp's Great Lake. Iberia was an unfamiliar name, but that was all I had to go on, given that the city was still full of more unknowns than knowns to me. I radioed your colleagues when you briefly woke up again. They'll be here any minute. Wait, my colleagues? You must have run into the sinners then. The fog of my mind immediately clears as soon as I realize that the sinners were all nowhere to be seen. Sinners? I think so. I ran into them earlier. They were looking all over the place for someone with a clock for their head. It was a pretty unique description, so I could tell right away that you were the person they were looking for. So this clockhead does come in handy, especially in Arknights where people see all sorts of beasts, but that has to be new. Oh wait, it's not voiced? Dude, the entire game has voice acting, even though it's Korean. I was expecting at least the sinners to have VAs. I'd woken up in an unfamiliar place, to an unfamiliar face, and in the midst of this all-around sense of displacement, the faces that appeared before me were certainly a sight for sore eyes. Gregor, Honglu. Miss Rabbit here told me she found you unconscious by the ocean, and phew, I came as fast as I could. And I, oh boy, was worried that something bad might have happened. Glad to see you're doing fine. Were you lost at sea? I do think I'm fine, though I guess not having any way to drink water has finally come in handy. You should get that checked out just in case. Your head is waterproof, right? Gregor takes a moment to steady his breathing, then mutters a casual quip as he lights a cigarette. Well, he doesn't seem that concerned. Maybe we're not actually in that much danger. Not voiced, unfortunately. Also not voiced are the new intervalos until their respective Bokgak rerun. Which chapter does this start happening from? Because again, I made it to chapter 6 and everything was voiced. So, what happened? Where are we? Do you remember entering a lobotomy corp branch Chi-Jun told us about? Yeah, we ran into a new abnormality and got sucked into it before we even had a chance to do anything. I really thought that was it for us, especially with you getting sucked in there too, Manager Bud. But when we came to, despite waking up with our faces down in some ditch, we were all fine without a scratch, though there was quite the mess when we realized that you'd gone missing. We wanted to search for you immediately, but it took a while before we got a better bearing of where we were. Durin in Genshin is a pyro off-field. He will never dethrone Bennett, nor Jianling. Ready to bet. Shreds Geo and Dendro. The monkey paw curls. How the hell does he shred Geo? I mean, Dendro maybe would still make sense if you want some sort of burn team with a pyro DPS and you use him as an off-field support. But Geo... I don't think we've gotten a decent Geo DPS since Navia, and I doubt that any of the characters we've seen so far are going to be Geo. Because Albedo lore. I'm afraid the lore is going to get strongly in the way of that character if things are like this. But we'll see. Maybe some upcoming unit is going to be another top tier Geo DPS, maybe dethroning Nadia as well. Until then though, yeah, those shreds look really damn weird. Some of us considered that to be a distinct possibility, but it's unlikely. Ismail was really certain that we were not in District 21. She did concede that we might be in an unknown area within the Great Lake or the outskirts, but that doesn't seem likely either, given what the rabbit-eared lady there said. The outskirts regions of the Great Lake. I've met all kinds of people from all over Terra, but I've never met anyone who referred to the Iberian Sea that way. Terra? Iberia? As I found myself puzzled by these unfamiliar terms, a very obvious question suddenly struck me. Speaking of which, who are you? Really? You fellas haven't introduced yourself to each other yet? It's just that... it's just a lot to take in. It's understandable, you just wake up from a pretty harrowing experience. She's... actually... would you like to do the honors yourself? I'm Amia, the leader of Rhodes Island. Please, just call me Amia. And that's Dante, manager at Limbus company. I know I'm late, but thanks for saving my bacon. It seems that this Rodeo Island is a pretty big pharmaceutical corporation, but... Gregor trails off ominously and scratches his head before continuing with some mild trepidation. This young lady with the rabbit ear doesn't know what the head is at all. As far as I know, there aren't organizations in Terra with the same characteristics as the one Gregor explained, at least not with a name like The Head. Also, sorry, it's Rhode Island, not Rodeo. So what you're saying is that we are not in the city anymore. It would be weird for any higher-ups at these huge corporations to know less about the head that we do, let alone be completely clueless about it. Maybe we've stumbled into a previously undiscovered zone of the outskirts or the ruins, probably. Or maybe we really found ourselves in a completely different world. If their conjecture is correct, we are in way bigger trouble than I thought. This wasn't like the time we accidentally stranded ourselves in the outskirts via a door in the corridor. Amia stared at me with some concern, as though she felt my distress. I think I can draw a connection to something else that's happening here. Really? Recently, anomalous signs and events have been occurring in Iberia, ever since a mysterious dimensional door appeared at sea. And it's been said that this dimensional door is connected to something very, very distant, to something that we've never observed before, so it seems reasonable to theorize that the dimensional door is how we managed to cross over to this world. I really would have appreciated Faust's input. Where did all the other sinners go anyway? A bit late on the uptake to be cocking around for the other sinners now, don't you think? They are at a settlement near here, where they're all helping out with various odds and ends of the village, while taking turns searching for Dante, of course. You know, I never thought about how difficult it would be to search for someone like we are fish out of water too. Barely even got a wink of sleep since yesterday. Ismail and Yi Sang are on the other half of the search party. We just happen to be the last group in the rotation. They must be searching elsewhere to find you, Manager Bud. We got lucky. The other team, well, we don't have any way to get in touch with them, so they will probably continue their search until their shift is done. Are we talking about the village you mentioned earlier? You've not been there, huh? Guess it's a bit off the beaten path. Well, we're going to have to rendezvous with the other sinners anyway, so let's head to the village for now. Something seemed to pique Amia's interest as she fell into a contemplative silence before carefully speaking up. I would like to accompany you there. Sure, I don't see why not. You helped us find Manager Bud, and more importantly, you seem to know a lot more about this place than we do. I don't actually know Iberia all that well either, but I should be able to be of some help. They've closed their borders and have practically locked out any foreign influence from affecting them, but I did get a briefing before the mission. Closed borders, huh? How did you get in then, Miss Amia? We followed Dr. Calcit's directions and illegally crossed the country border. Illegally? Does that mean you crossed the border without obtaining any permission? We had to cross the border somehow in order to investigate how and why the dimensional door came to be. Is it normal for pharmaceutical companies to be doing that? Oh, bro is going to be hella surprised when he finds out that this pharmaceutical company has an entire army at their disposal. Not to mention, we travel on a tiny little bit bigger land ship than they do. Large pharmaceutical companies often dispatch their agents for missions. Rhode Island, in its essence, is a pharmaceutical company researching treatments for people infected with oropathy, but we also work to prevent and assist in the management of various situations that can occur in high-risk areas. What about your companions? I doubt you came all the way here on your own. That's, we were forced to split up due to certain forces that were in pursuit. Wait, stop? Amia's ears twitched as she came to a stop and began scanning the surrounding area. Then, there. As we stood about confused, Amia, noticing something, pointed towards the seashore hidden behind a large and cracked rock formation. What are we supposed to... Huh? There was someone wielding a lengthy greatsword. Oh, she's the first one they brought over, okay. Skadi. Bickering with two familiar faces. Again, move, you're in the way. You needn't worry as you do. We've had ample experience battling monsters who are much like them. Oh, they are already fighting the Seaborn. Which is more part-time pharmaceutical company or private military? I think the Rhode Island evolved way past the pharmaceutical pharmaceutical company title at this point, since they're basically leading the fate of the entire world. But yeah, the latest story chapters of Arknights have been one blast after the other. Pharmacy is Rod's passion. At this point, it's a bit more like a hobby. Also, hey Marcelo, welcome. Listen, I'm not worried. It's... Come on, better to have 3 fighters than 1, right? Besides, you're the first person we run into out here. We've got a lot of questions to ask. Yisang, Ishmael, Dante, you're unharmed. And here I was getting ready for a 3 days long search. What a relief, we were all worried that we might never be able to find you. We managed to find them thanks to the help from Miss Amia here. Amia? Are you two acquainted? Not a good time for a reunion. It can wait until after we take out the sea monsters. Skadi, are those organisms the seaborns that Calcit mentioned? Also, this must be really early into the Arknights storyline. They are sea terrors, to be specific, the less sophisticated ones among them. And they are probably here for me. Sea terrors. I hear the sticky noises of something viscous slithering against the rocks. When I turn to face the origin of the unsettling noise, I smell heavy, wet scent of the brine. At the end of my gaze awaits strange monsters, unlike distortions, unlike abnormalities, unlike anything I would ever seen. It is as though the sea itself is encroaching on land. I was almost certain that we weren't at the Great Lake, but I'm not so sure anymore. Her experiences with the thick scent of the brine at the Great Lake must have put her in a wary mood, as Ismael seems to be a lot more apprehensive about these monsters than anyone else. Do you think those creatures could be whales or mermaids? Oh, this is a bit weird. Basically, whales in Limbus are like big monstrous entities that eat up people. The people they eat up then get converted into like smaller monsters and minions for the whales, which are called mermaids. I don't know, the Great Lake and outskirts are full of unexplored mysteries after all. Dante, what do your senses say? It's unclear. I would say the closest companion I could make with this is the whales. A comparison I could make it is the whales, but that's not conclusive. More enemies on the horizon, we should prepare for battle. Doesn't seem like we can talk things up with them though. So let's take them out. Because during their exploration of one of these whales, because of course if you have to take inspiration from Pinocchio as well, you have to go inside one of them. They actually found Ismael's old crew, and they were all still somehow sentient. They haven't been turned into mermaids yet. How do you plan the event story? Because 6 hours, since most streamers do 6 hours to finish this story. Hopefully I can do it in a little bit quicker. I don't know. Thanks for streaming the collab. I was not ready to start Limbus just for it. Again, I'm sorry I'm doing it late. I should have done this before. I kind of forgot. Hello, hi everyone. Hey Big Hen, welcome. How are things going? Also, hello and welcome to Psychotic as well.
재미는 없겠지만 그렇게 할게요.
생각보다 잘 타는 걸.
When it comes to Limbus, honestly, trying to get around the combat has been a little bit difficult because this thing is honestly very confusing. At least for the normal stages, you can just click on win rate and they go clash against each other with the favorable odds, so it's more likely that they win. But there's been a couple of fights between the start of the game and Chapter 6 that actually kicked my ass for a while. If I remember correctly, it's the Bud fight on Chapter 4 and the Brothers fight on Chapter 5-ish, near the end of Chapter 5 or something. That's like the 2 times in which I had to actually stop and read what the enemies did.
제가 묻었네요.
이제야 완성되었나?
I love the mission accomplished at the end. All remaining enemies have retreated to the sea. Good work, everyone. I didn't think I would have to deal with anything remotely like this outside of the Great Lake. You can say that again. It would have taken us the whole day if that Skadi character didn't occupy the other half, while Miss Rabbit helped from a distance. And again, Skadi just mugging everyone. As we were catching our breath after the battle, I heard a brief hum. When I turned to look at its source, I saw Skadi glaring at me with palpable alarm. Strange people who transform. And a head of clock. I guess they're both technically true. While it's nothing more than a theory at this point, I think they have to do a lot with the dimensional door that we're supposed to be investigating. Nice to meet you, I guess. I only hear a ticking clock. Alright, he can talk. Almost forgot about that. There should be Faust somewhere around to translate for him. That's because only us sinners can hear Dante's voice. I'm just wondering how Miss Lamia can seemingly understand Dante. Yeah, what's going on in here? It completely flew over my head that I didn't even question how weird this is. Their voice sounds like a ticking clock to me too, but I don't know. It's almost like I can sense what they're trying to say, what kind of emotion they're trying to convey. Her explanation reminded me of the Blue Boy in Sinclair's past. I didn't quite feel the uncanny sensation from Amiya that I felt from them. So can she kinda read me like how Virgilius can? I don't think it's a bad thing. That's true, it's a bit of a hassle to always need Faust or Honglu to translate for you. I would like to know exactly how she can understand Dante, but I don't think I've got the luxury time to sit down and figure this out. So, are we heading back? Sounds like a plan. It's not like we know anywhere else to go to, right? Oh, and Miss Rabbit here will be tagging along too. She said she would help us find our way back. Glad to be working with you too, Ismail and Yi Sang. Took the words right out of my mouth. You already helped us plenty, and you clearly know a lot more about this place than we do. The journey is long, perhaps embarking on it here. The sun's favor would be wise. What the hell is this line? How long's the journey? No idea. It's not like we have a clock with us. I do know that it's not very far though. We just need to walk along the coastline for a bit. Dante can't tell us the time because they're not on time. Then why the clock head? I didn't exactly choose to get myself a clock-shaped head. I don't know if this is some sort of cursed or something, but the clock head is because he has the power to turn the clock back and bring the sinners back to life in case they die in the line of duty. I looked away from Skadi's inquisitive eyes, which were quietly solidly fixed on my head. The coastline of Iberia are hardly a good places for people to live. Those things can go anywhere in this world, but they thrive at places that meet the ocean. So how did people manage to build a village at a place like this? The monsters are called seaborns or sea terrors, yes? While it is true that they posed certain difficulties, they were hardly the kind of monsters with the strength to bring scourge and drive out the local populace. Don't judge them based on a brief skirmish. She's just telling us to be on guard, right? Skadi can be a bit curt, but she's not a bad person. I don't think she said anything wrong. Nothing rules out the existence of stronger variants of these creatures being out there. And even if this is before this Tultilferanavi update, well, Skadi and the rest of the hunters were still driven out of their home because of these stronger, powerful Seaborn. Skadi's concern only served to fan my curiosity, but something about her expression communicated that I probably shouldn't pry, so I quietly quickened my pace as we walked to the village.
걸작을 자아냈나.
And that's a one.
어떤 평가를 내려주실지 흥분이 가시지 않는구려.
This hardly looks like a village. It's more like the ruins of one, isn't it? It doesn't seem like they've done any proper upkeeping of the place, not in a while at least. They are really here, living together. These strange buildings tell the story of former prosperity from a bygone era. Our steps have leave no footprints on the wet, muddy ground. On it, I see a rotting sign marked with the name Faro Muerto. Everywhere I look in this village, I see evidence of a long, silent abandonment. We don't see this kind of abandoned-looking ruins often in the city either. Well, yeah, there's always someone or something out there waiting to capitalize on the free real estate, be it a syndicate or a corporation, and fix it up. Better than this at least. So, where are the sinners? There's a clearing down there. We were entrapped and betwixt a twain of great ships, narrowing winds against our sail. And that is when young Ismael boomed, her command most resonant. Say no more. I didn't have to try and search for them, that unmistakably sonorous and familiar voice echoing triumphantly between the empty buildings. That's Don Quixote's voice when she's sharing her adventurous tales. There she was, standing atop a low podium like an actor on stage, regaling a group of people in rags with tales of our adventures like a traveling thespian. Answers, ye dogs, horsemen, 'tis the moment. Ismael, the very first mate of vessel Mephistopheles, shall navi... Stop, hold on, just what you think you're doing. Young Ismael unhand my mouth, for I was about to regale them with the most fantastic tales of adventures at the Great Lake. Manager Esquire? Verily, thou hast returned with Manager Esquire safely in tow. In a game that's basically all trauma, this is the one shining light. I think people call her the comic relief character, but I don't know, not so much comic relief as the actual one point of levity that comes from the entire story. Also, am I remembering wrong, or didn't this bat used to say revenge on it rather than remember? They found Clockhead? A burning clock for a head? When I was a child, I heard a story about a legendary Sarkaz with a flaming head. Why would someone like that visit our humble village? You stop at Canto 5. I have just started Canto 6. Not now, Don. You're breaking out aura in front of the Collabs. Don't worry about anything. Oh, okay, they changed the sprite because of something that happens. Yeah, because he's supposed to be the next one to go through his own trauma arc. While their exterior may carry elements that inspire fear in some, there is no cause for alarm. Yeah, they might look like that, but they're Dante, our manager, and the rest are... I'm sorry, who are you two? They're two very nice people who helped us find Dante. This is Miss Amia, leader of Rhodes Island. And this is Miss Scully, their operator. They'll be coming along with us for a while. This chapter is supposed to be after Canto 8. Yeah, that was the plan. I tried getting as far through the story as I could, but I had to stop at chapter 6. That's only managed to make it that far. Dawn, Honglu, and Hath will act a bit differently from what you know. Okay, thanks for the heads up. I guess Heathcliff mellows out a little bit. We'll believe that the dimensional door, which we at Rhode Island are investigating, has something to do with why you suddenly woke up here in Iberia. As Amia was bringing up the sinners to speed, the villagers, who were staring at us curiously, approached us. Did our conversation manage to convince them that we are not a threat? I sure hope so. You are friends of our saviors. Saviors? Verily, 'tis quite the grand title, yet it is indeed the world by which we addressed. To be more precise, by savior, they're referring to Faust and Utis. Faust gave me a light nod when we made eye contact, but I could tell that her lips were drawing a very subtle smiling arc. You will get spoiled a bit about stuff that will happen in Canto 7, but I guess it's fine. Well, as long as it's not like game-breaking stuff. They were quite mistrustful upon our initial arrival. What business do outsiders have here? What if they are from the Inquisition? What do we do after all we went through to get here? Calm yourselves, everyone. None of them are carrying what appears to be their scriptures or lamps. Let's first try and see who they are. Also, is Faro Muerto the same lighthouse that we had in the Stultil Ferranabis? I actually don't remember the name. Man, I don't think they're gonna trust us anytime soon. They're all... I missed the R here. Oh god, I almost missed the R here. Curmudgeons. Let's stink, then PTSD. You can't do that, you're sure. We can't pillage their storage depot. It looks like they already have it hard enough as is. I don't think STNC is a good way to get started either. No, it's not the same lighthouse. Okay, so it's a different part of Iberia. Should we just find help elsewhere? Just look at how thin their arms are. I don't think they're in any shape to help us out. Perhaps we could inquire as to our whereabouts if we are to decide our lodging. While the landscape is certainly reminiscent of the U-Corps, but I don't recall ever seeing or learning about any place that looks like this, though I can say I've been to every U-Corp. I ask again, what business do outsiders have here? Their fingers are tightening around the grips of their weapons. Prolonged silence will most likely turn this into a hostile encounter. We can't have that. Hi, we're from Limbus Company. We are... Fixers of Justice. Yeah, that. Fixers of Justice. Don't you know when to keep it down? Fixers? That over here is a ship blueprint, isn't it? Are you looking to repair a vessel by any chance? All these construction materials seem to suggest so. Chief? This does not concern you. It's not something a mere outsider can understand. Curious. I've never seen an energy source like this before. Have you run the tests to rule out any stability issues? It seems to power the heat exchange via some method comparable to the utilization of fusion energy. Have you any thoughts on this, Miss Faust? The general design structure is somewhat old-fashioned, but there certainly are inspired parts to this design, particularly with the usage of the core energy source. While its stability would need to be further studied, the technology seems to be incredibly energy efficient. You identify all that by merely glancing at the blueprint? You must be the village chief then? If so, I have a proposition for you. Originium generates energy on the level of fusion? I don't know, that's probable. Like, we've seen in Arknights a lot of weapons that use Originium that basically explode, but we don't really know how much Originium is in there. Still, the way it corrodes and corrupts people almost make it feel radioactive, doesn't it? In return for assisting their ship repair, we were promised to ride on their vessel. Miss Faust has theorized that perhaps, by going out to sea, we may be able to find a way to return to whence we came. Does that mean we can find a way back somewhere out here at sea? Nothing is certain yet, Dante. At this moment, we are working on based on a hunch. Sensing the implicit omen in her choice of word, I slowly turned around to look at Faust, who nodded solemnly in response. If you're really in a different world, even her gazelle shaft has to be. No issues were encountered in the repair process. Faust smiles faintly as she looks around, then pulls me in by my hams. She whispers in a low voice. My connection to the gazelle shaft is currently operating at a suboptimal level. So it's still connected at least. Indeed, it is. However, even exchanges of simple information are taking up dozens of hours by my calculations. Is this a warp train situation because we're in a different dimension? The cause should be identical. We have been connected to an unidentified, unpredictable dimension. However, Faust is aware that the pathway to our original dimension is yet to close this time, unlike the situation back aboard the warp train. So, to get back to where we came from, indeed, traveling through the pathway is the most feasible solution. Now, when it comes to traveling throughout dimensions, as far as I understand it, these guys travel on some sort of bus or train that has some magic properties to it. And there's like a long corridor in it with multiple doors that they can cross in order to access other areas. These doors, however, are not exactly all controlled by them, as some of these doors can basically open by themselves or just sprout out of nowhere in order to lead them to some other quests or adventures. It's a little bit weird. And from that, you come up with the whole plan to repair the ship and sail it out to sea. Yeah, well, I'm also a genius after all. Amiya conjectured that we probably came through a dimensional door of sorts. Looks like that dimensional door might be what Faust is looking for. With highly likelihood, yes. At least, there's a way back. I found myself calming down a little. Oh, speaking of which, where do you think we can wrap up the repair job? As fortune should have it, a majority of the most time-consuming parts of the repair have already been completed by the locals. It shouldn't take us more than a day or two to get its core parts in ship shape again. Executive Manager. We'll be staying here a few more days then. How did you manage last night? Like I said earlier, we've been keeping ourselves busy looking for you this whole time. We took turns helping with the repairs and resting, but I doubt any of us got a proper night's rest. Still, we weren't cold, thanks to the villagers who kept the fire going for us all night. Not to mention, they helped us a ton with the local map they drew us. And also, Chief handed us this earlier. What's it for? Looks like a sack to collect water. Give it here, I know how to get that installed. We control a bit of the corridor, since we have the sinners lodging in there, and the access to the mirror dungeon. Oh yeah, it's not all of it. But still, new doors can and do sprout out of nowhere. It must be to repay Miss Faust and Miss Utis's effort at repairing their ship. Yet, the service they provide us is certainly quite generous, even when taking the transactional nature into account. They are really giving us the best treatment they can, huh? As for food, we managed to fill ourselves with some cookies and bread Rhodia kept in her pockets. Didn't want to eat into their food supply when they're already pretty tight, you know? She carries around enough cookies and bread for 12 people. Dude, I love Rhodia, she's massive. They did offer us some nosh, those dried fish things, but we refused. I ain't about taking food from the needy. No need to concern yourself, you've done more than enough to earn your keep. I turned around to look at the source of that low rumbling voice, and saw an old man in an outfit that seemed to distinguish itself amongst the other villagers. There you are, Chief. Is there a place for us to stay the night? We do have places to shelter from the misty humidity, at the very least. There's an empty building there. Feel free to occupy it for the night. Speak for yourself, I've been looking forward to sleeping with a roof over my head since yesterday. You'll catch a cold sleeping in the elements of this environment, which is fine by me for the rest of you, but we cannot afford to have the executive manager or our honored guest suffer that fate. Honored guests? I hear what happened from the 4 who left in search of the executive manager. First, I would like to begin by imparting my infinite gratitude to you for finding and rescuing the executive manager. I hear that you are a leader of the pharmaceutical company. What's with the expression? This acquaintance shall certainly come in handy, in case our stay becomes significantly prolonged. I'm just surprised by her boldness to say something so materialistic when they're standing right there. Can I stay at your village too, Chief? The village chief took a brief glance at the hems by her right waist, then nodded. Welcome to Faro Muerto. You are welcome to stay for as long as you want. And please, do let me know if you find yourselves without food. Our food supply may be tight indeed, but we have enough to share with those who help repair the vessel. You better not go back on your word later. I wonder what kind of local delicacies await. Dried fish like they were eating earlier, maybe? They're kind of starving people, I would not be expecting local delicacies. Just how are you surviving out here by the sea? Perhaps the question of how we are surviving may be somewhat misdirected, or we are only pursuing every avenue because we must survive. The chief responds to Skadi perceived hostility with a hearty smile. After leaving some firewood for the night, he left. If I remember correctly, back in the Stutil Franavis, they were on a town near the sea as well, but they were surviving in that town because of the priests, who were basically part of the Seaborn, or minions of the Seaborn, there to convert more people to the Seaborn religion, or what looked like a Seaborn religion. Doesn't seem like there's anything of the sort happening here though. Skadi, does this have something to do with the coast? I remember what you said before we got to the village, something about how coasts are hardly good places to live in. Dante wants to know if this has something to do with the coast. You? Do you understand the Aegir language? Aegir language? No? Dante, Skadi just spoke in Aegirian. I couldn't understand a word of Skadi and the chief's conversation because I don't speak Aegirian. It may only be that there are enough lexical similarity between one of the city's languages and the language Skadi spoke of in terms of comprehending the meaning. Weird coincidence. Anyway, I have some things to look into, something you're all too slow to see. Again, just mugging on people for no reason. You still have to tell us about later. Please remember you're not on a solo mission, Skadi. This is a team effort from Rhodes Island. Skadi nodded lightly before leaping off into the night, out of our sights. I'm kinda worried. She's not the best with people, but she's also pretty thoughtful. She'll be okay. Should we head inside? The sun is starting to set already. Trying our best to ignore the mood that was starting to turn awkward, we made our way into a nearby unoccupied building. Because yeah, on the Arknights side, this seems to take place before Stultil Franavis, before Skadi turns into the singer. So she's still just out here hunting Seaborn. We walked past a few narrow buildings and remnants of narrow buildings before we came across a large hall enough to house all 15 or so of us. Now we're ready. With the curtains on, how the window removed, the smoke has an exit. I thought we were doomed to shelter ourselves to sleep with the soaking wet firewood and all. I had no idea that would work. We just have to get a small fire going underneath it until the wood dries up and catches fire. The downside being all this smoke. It's clear that she has some field experience, unlike some fools I know. I shan't sit here and let her carry the burden of labor alone. Bequeath upon me thine ingredients, young Rodion, for I shall conjure thee a pot of special fixer soup. You're making soup with cookies and jelly? No, you're not getting anywhere near the kitchen again. Not after what you cooked up last time. Well, I must admit to a certain level of interest, as many of our fellow viscerals are oft whacked with intense agony upon ingesting dishes of your making, perhaps it would be wiser that we save the occasion for a safer environment. Right, don't you remember? We agreed to leave the cooking to Muir or Otif if we are ever in a situation like this, remember? I think it's become sort of an unspoken rule after everything that's happened. Back during last year's cooking contest at K-Corp, they were the only two people who managed to get remotely positive reviews. Does that mean we'll get to try Uti's cooking once again? Denied. We still have plenty of high-calorie food like cookies and jellies here. I find no reason to do something so inefficient. I'm glad to see that everyone is still energetic. Given the circumstances, it can be easy to suddenly wake up in an unfamiliar environment. Well, we were quite used to getting thrown into unfamiliar places. Speaking of which, did you manage to reach your colleagues, Amia? She shook her head, concerned. They might have lost their comm devices, or maybe they ran into some other trouble. Could they be in danger? I don't know. I'm sure they're okay. The doctor, Calcit, they're both more than capable enough to look after themselves. Long has this curiosity lingered with me, thus allow me to inquire. Corporations are, by their nature, organizations in pursuit of profit. Yet, the activities of your corporation resemble those of charity organizations as opposed to a pharmaceutical company. Is there aught that might explicate this blurred distinction? I wanted to know too, how come a pharmaceutical company is helping people? It's Rhodes Island, it's not Pfizer. Something about what Hong Lu said brings back unpleasant memories. The horrible experiment seeped through the cascade of flowing tears in the face of the suffering, the embodiment of greed that left a terrible wound in Honglu's phantoms. The pharmaceutical companies I've seen in my journey were corporations that, despite possessing the capacity to heal, chose to obsess over the profit they can provide. There are many in Terra who suffers from a disease. The world of Limbus is fucked if that's a question. My brother in Christ, our world is fucked because this is a question. Again, the entire American, the health compartment, I'm sorry, I lost the word there. Still, they don't really treat people. Because the longer you are sick, the more medicine you need. The more medicine you need, the more money you spend. Corporate world? Yeah, kinda. There are many in Terra that suffer from this disease. The disease crystallizes you, it spreads deeper and deeper into the infected internal organs, eventually culminating in their death. It's called uropathy. Amiya showed me the back of her hand, dotted by what appeared to be obsidian crystallizations. Its appearance reminded me of the biotreatments from the back streets, but there was something more to it, something more restless, more sinister. It's a terrible, painful disease, but there haven't been any recorded cases of full recovery. But that's an even worse problem. Pray tell, what could possibly be worse than an incurable deadly disease? While it varies by region, discrimination against the infected is widespread across Terra. Those who suffer from it must face unfair treatment. Yisang began with a dark expression. Some are quarantined in place with terrible inhuman conditions, and there have been massacres too. I don't mean to be callous, but is this uropathy highly contagious? No, there have not been any recorded cases of infection by contact, as long as the subjects are alive. But when the infected dies, the crystals grow out of their bodies. The crystal growths on their bodies decay and turn to dust, scattering, which is what spreads the plague. Then, barring environments like active battlefields where casualties are to be expected, staying within close proximity of the infected in daily life seems to pose hardly any risk. So, what's the problem then? Fear. People are scared as hell of the infected, most of the time. They're already past the point of caring about what the problem is. Once people start feeling iffy, or logic goes out the window. Then, Rhodes' Island goal has to be... Yes, it's important to develop a cure for uropathy, but I think what really matters is that we can change the circumstances for the better for the infected. That's not going to be an easy endeavor, though it is what gives your effort more meaning. I hope you can achieve that goal, I really do. Sob. For truth. The city, this world. We both live in worlds full of surprises, don't we? What kind of world do you come from, this city? What kind of place is this city anyway? The kind of place with too many pointless rules. The kind of place where the moment you think, isn't this too much, you see something even worse. Try as I might, I couldn't think of a single positive thing about the city. The sinners seem to be in agreement, as most of what came after was quite scathing. The kind of place where good deeds rarely ever go unpunished, where sympathy is a good attitude to have if you're like getting stabbed in the back. Nothing good ever works out there. It's a shithole. Nice and concise. It's an irrational place full of absurdities. Absurdity is an omnipresence. Therefore, it is not a subject by which one should be aggrieved. We can at least grouse about them, though, I mean, it's the only thing we can do. It would be more correct to experience more and acclimatize oneself to it instead of complaining. You did say something like that last time. Just as the mood was starting to turn rather sour, Don Quixote's shout shattered through the awkwardness. Verily, nary a day goeth by untarnished by villains and their fell deeds. Yet worry thee not, for while evil riseth, so doth fixers of justice. Don Quixote jumped from her seat and passionately shook her fist, which was followed by a heavy crack and the sound of small pebbles tumbling down. Don Quixote would shout, "Huh? Elf?" And from behind the wall she accidentally broke down, and an unfamiliar visage of a village appeared and stared back at Don Quixote. It appeared that she was eating something out of a can while reading a book. This poor thing. How farest thou? Farest thy foot? You've gotta apologize first. Lass seemed attentive to hyper today. Apologies, for I hardly expected the world to crumble with such ease. Art thou unhurt? Any injuries? 2. Pray tell, to what? Forget the apology, I just want to know what happens next. The fixers of justice rose up to do what? Ah, that's cute. She heard a story of heroics and she instantly wanted in on that. Hast thou come to hear the tale of the fixers? I don't know about coming to us, given how Miss Don Quixote was the one who punched the wall down. Is it too late an hour? I don't mind waiting till morning if you wanna sleep. Nay, not at all. 'Tis quite early an hour for tales, in fact. Prithee, sit thyself here. You ungovernable fool, calm down. We don't even know who she is. And don't you forget to share those fixers' tales over there in the corner to not disturb our sleep. Thou makest a request more untenable. These tales deserve to be announced to the world with great gusto from the center. Yeah, that's the best way to hear those stories, but we should probably introduce ourselves to each other first. Names Mayors. How should I put this? Did you meet the village chief earlier during the day? He's my Gramps. Nice guy, so he has a granddaughter. Yet I have not seen you once, Miss Mayors, under the sun. You're right, I thought the village was completely dried of any young blood. Like Rhodia said, while we didn't see Mayors out there, there wasn't anyone else in the village we could comfortably call young. You're telling me Gramps was worried over nothing and told me to stay put inside. Honest, based Gramps. Going on and on about the dangers that the outsiders pose and everything. It seems they do not give full faith to their saviors. There are things you cannot share even with whom you trust with your life, though I would like to know why. My, so there are a bunch of other kids who are stuck indoors in this village? No, there isn't anyone around my age in the village at all. If that's the case, I guess I can understand why he would be overprotective. Anyways, it's our turn. I'm good. I heard enough to get an idea. You did? Pray, how didst thou hear us? Via a listening device most secret upon our chamber? Mayors tapped the side of the wall, the part of it that was still standing anyway, and smiled ironically. Bad soundproofing. I could hear pretty much everything Don Quixote, right? Everything Don Quixote practically sang during the day. Verily, I see. I think you could really do with some sense of embarrassment for once. Let her be. Care to regale me with details of fixers who bring justice to the evils of the city? Undoubtedly. This shall do. I shall regale thee with detail in which the legendary fixer, the Arch-Magnificence herself, the Red Mist, hath supposed that killed any hope for a good night's escape. But don't you usually pass out within a minute of your back hitting the hay, no matter how nosy things are? You take me for some kind of hibernating bear or something. Look, even I have trouble sleeping when there's noise all over. I would say bear in hibernation is a pretty apt descriptor. For all that grumbling and moaning, he dozed off before any of us did. Aside from Heathcliff, who began snoring the moment his head touched the ground, some other sinners were fast asleep as well. Mersault had entered sleep in his usual steadfast adherence to the routine, while Faust laid claim to one of the few available cloth sheets as soon as the close of business for the day was confirmed. First time I hear someone pronounce Quixote as Quixote. Oh dude, I don't know. Italian, the tale of Don Quixote is pronounced... I've always pronounced like this. Honestly, I've never heard it pronounced anywhere else. Because it's Don Quixote and Sancho Panza. Again, not sure about the proper English pronunciation, but... local accent, I guess. The sinners who spent the entire last night searching for me in this unfamiliar land slowly began to fall asleep as well. Meanwhile, the fixer of the Zwei Association First Section, though the night was no longer young, Don Quixote was still vigorously sharing details of adventures without even a single sign of fatigue. She's not determined to do this until sunrise, is she? I guess it's okay, since mayors seem to be having fun. As I continued to watch the pair with some mild concern, Amia, not yet asleep, approached me. This city Miss Don Quixote speaks of seems to be teeming with fixes of justice and exhilarating tales of adventures. That's only because of the spin that she's putting on it, because the city is actually a den of monsters. Did you actually experience all of them yourselves? No, of course not. Her stories are usually those of other famous people. But she's telling it with such vigor that it almost sounds like she was there herself. Well, I guess if you really want to get into it, some of them might be retellings of Don Quixote's personal experiences. Ismael replied uncertainly, taking back to the place we were made to watch back in La Mancha Land. I think all those stories, even though they're only partially true, just go to show what a ridiculous place it can be. We wouldn't need the fixes of justice. Okay, we're back. OBS crashed for half a second. We wouldn't need the fixes of justice to begin with if we really lived in a just world, right? A really good place to live would be quiet and peaceful without someone having to force it. I hope there will come a day when even Rhodes Island can be a normal pharmaceutical company in the future. Oh, poor Amia, she doesn't know yet. Something wrong? I just thought Miss Mayers and I made eye contact. Did she overhear our conversation? I looked to her direction as well, but all I saw was Mayers excitedly reacting to Don Quixote's tales. Thus spake Lady Utis boldly before the soldiers who stood up in our path. Though presumest to stand in our path, servants of a master most unworthy, I, Utis, shall educate ye on manners maketh. Don Quixote was retelling the story of Limbus Company's adventure in Hongyuan, and then, Otis, who could no longer stand for the unintentional alterations of her story, jumped to her feet and shouted, "Damn it! What kind of nonsense are you feeding her? I never said anything like that." On an unrelated note, it really doesn't matter. You're in a completely different world, talking to people who you'll likely never meet again. Verily, certain aspects of the retelling may have been exaggerated. That's Tales of Adventures for you. Things are bound to get a bit dry when a story is told too realistically, and as is, right? You know, nothing, not even anything resembling a proper record of a book, remained once the profound silence swept through this village. So I've always had a craving for this kind of stories. But Iberia doesn't stop Iberians from emigrating, contrary to their tight immigration control. Have you ever thought about leaving this place? It's still a challenge to cross the border, especially since we're going to have to pass through larger cities that are managed by the Inquisition. You don't seem particularly fond of this Inquisition. Why is that? That's because this village was formed by people who grew tired of living under the Inquisition's rule and fled. What kind of organization is this Inquisition? Sinclair asked, face turning cold upon hearing the word Inquisition, and that people fled from it. The Nagel and Hammer we saw back at Collab aren't kind of memories that are so easily forgotten. According to Calcit, the Inquisition is what filled the power vacuum once Iberia fell into chaos. That its inquisitors are rapier and lamp-wielding protector of Iberia's cities from lawlessness. That alone makes them sound kind of like good people though. Yeah, they are, but there's the Church of the Deep. The Inquisition will go to whatever lengths to deal with incidents related to the church that worships seaborns. Fie! An organization that worships those monsters? It seems that the cultish fanaticism is a plague wherever you go. I feel like people with all kinds of wrong faith belief are common. See, the Seaborn are the ones that messed Iberia up, so following their logic, apparently it's okay for them to arrest anyone who seems even remotely connected to them. Are you saying that Iberia is like this because of the Seaborn? Those things from earlier, I guess they were kind of troublesome to deal with, but they didn't seem that strong. Anyways, it's just what I heard from Gramps, but the Inquisition executed many innocent people too in their crusade against the Church of the Deep. For those who proclaim to be on the side of justice, they seem to be quite fond of committing such villainy. It seems like a reasonable policy decision to me. Of course, always the hard-ass Otis. But it must pose a clear danger to the daily lives of civilians. I heard I was the only survivor. Everyone in my family died. Oh, and that's probably for the long years too. You must have to endure such a long period of pain to be able to say something like this with such composure. For Iberia, they are heroes who will bring land back to its glory days, but to Gramps, they were just oppressors, making his life difficult. That's why we all come here, fleeing from the Inquisition's gaze. Yet, wherefore has thus decided to settle at a place that is so run down? I know, but it's not so bad once you get used to it. Besides, we managed to find a new path thanks to you guys. It's getting late. Will you be repairing the ship tomorrow too? This place really has no soundproofing at all, huh? Good talk everyone. Hope we'll get another chance to do this tomorrow too. After seeing Mayus to her own room, the other sinners, who were still up anyway, and I, laid ourselves on the hard stone floor with only a thin layer of cloth between it and our backs. A mysterious world that is neither the city nor the outskirts. But it seems that the lives its people led were just as difficult as they were anywhere else. Now, they have it pretty damn bad in the city, but I don't know. Oh, finally, we get our team back. How are we back to 12?
소
시선 함께하자.
말뚝을 쑤셔 넣어주죠. 형량
그래.
나를 기다리고 있
이 소리는
Oh, okay, no, it's 7 of us plus backup.
기다리고 있었죠.
말뚝을 쑤셔 넣어주죠.
기다리고 있었죠.
There we go.
형량
그래.
나를
이 소리는 와일드 헌트야.
I think I might have the mats to actually up tie 4 one unit, but I don't know who to bring up first. I've been kind of waiting to get my Rodion from the 400 tickets. I will probably do her first. It's so big. Amazing. I didn't even know there were remaining vessels of this class in Iberia. Aha, I espy her name here. It is called by the name Rebellion de las Masas. Rebellion de las Masas, Revolt of the Masses, is it? A name very much mired in peculiarity indeed. Onglu chimed in that he was rather fond of it, with its size being about the same as the boat from his home, while Ismail quickly jumped in to correct that the size wasn't anything special at the Great Lake. But it was pretty big compared to Melfi or the Indigo Elder's skiff. I thought it was going to be somewhere around Melfi's size, at most. Are you sure you can get this ship fixed in a day or two? Oh right, Melfi's size is Mephistopheles, the train or the bus they travel on. They turned it into a ship for chapter 4. As I briefed you yesterday, the great majority of the time-consuming repairs had already been completed by the villagers. The extent of our repair effort only concerns few components within the vessel that the villagers cannot repair, which shouldn't take us much time. Unless parts that are unfamiliar to Faust are also manufacturing, such as the core engine, remaining repairs should be sufficiently managed by Faust. Despite Uti's confident declaration, I could not help but feel oddly unsettled as I looked at the ship. I don't know why, but something tells me that we don't want to linger here for too long. Still, please be thorough about it, just in case. I would rather not sit on a sinking ship again. The experience at the Great Lake was enough. Don't worry, unlike Mephistopheles, most functions of this vessel, buoyancy gear, propeller, steering gear, are all in operational capacity. This repair should be much easier than the case with Mephistopheles. They seem confident enough. It should be safe this time around, right? Are we taking that rope to climb up the ship? No, there's lift-like apparatus down there. It should take us to the ship. Stability was verified yesterday. Let's board the lift. You're 100%, right? I guess the first time they turned Mephistopheles into a ship, it didn't actually go that well. I think they made it maybe 20 meters into the water before the entire thing sank. The boat is afloat right now, Dante. I don't think it'll be sinking anytime soon. Wouldn't that be nice? Are you two just going to faff about down here? We're heading up now. As I made my way into the vessel's bridge, I was greeted by the extravagant interior that was as gaudy as the exterior. This does look hella nice. This isn't real gold, is it? Sure is shiny as heck in here. I've got butterflies in my stomach. Aesthetically satisfying, she says. But too ostentatious, not quite my style. Our young Mephi is also quite the excellent vessel. Yet, imagine the adventures we could embark on aboard this vessel most lavishly decorated. As Faust and Utis were working on one of the control panels, Ismail walked up to another and interfaced with it before giving a knowing nod. This must have been an investigative or research vessel of sorts, but it does seem a bit extravagant for one of those though. Look, coordinates, updating in real time. It seems... The coordinates seem to have been set to somewhere out in the middle of the ocean. Maybe it points to a small islet? Nope, no islet there. Where did she come out of? Blimey, Les, you should know how to sneak up on people. Did I actually surprise you? I did ask if you guys were gonna come and fix the boat today. Still, I don't know you'd be here. What are the coordinates set to this location? There are several undersea cities beneath those coordinates, collectively known as Aegir. Graham's home. I see. Understood. I think they might be accepting the fact that there's underwater cities a bit too easily. What was understood, if I may ask? It is now understood why the promise to repair the ship was sufficient to earn their trust and the title of saviors. Consolidating and cross-referencing the observed particular circumstances of the village and the statement from the village chief, alongside information garnered from the exchange with mayors, it's possible to gauge the significance this ship's repair has to the local populace. Of course, while this may constitute a sequence of logical connections that pose a certain challenge for Heathcliff to comprehend, to employ any degree of effort to attempt to explain it in more digestible language would constitute a pursuit of inefficiency. That's a lot of words to call Heathcliff dumb. Lower the baton, I implore you. I shall explain it in full. I was wondering why Miss Smart Arse would start gabbing like that again. So, what's she on about? Heathcliff's shoulders were relaxed. It didn't seem like he was actually going to swing that bat. He placed it lightly over his shoulder with a sigh. And yeah, I guess the old Heathcliff would have swung that bat. A brief observation of the village seemed to suggest that their subsistence situation is quite dire. Much of their day's sustenance consists of dried food, most of them made from long-term storage purposes. Considering what Scotty said about how the coastal areas are full of danger, maybe those dried seafood aren't from around here either. Maybe it's food they packed when they first came to Faromirsto? Some villagers were armed. Yeah, those sea terrors weren't exactly formidable, but given the state the villagers are in, I doubt they would have an easy time repelling those monsters. Indeed, and that brings us to the question of sustenance. The lass and her granddad are about to visit their hometown, and they're trying to get some food supplies from there to feed the villagers, and to convince them that they're planning to use the fact that they're from the same neck of woods, or sea, I guess. So we are not just repairing the ship, we are repairing their food supply plant too. What's wrong? While the expressions were rather crude, Heathcliff's summary of the situation was clear, to the point, and easily understood. The sinners stared at him with mild surprise. And I did too. What's with them annoying looks? Wait, oh you sods! You don't think I'm that dim-witted, do you? Top-notch intuition. It's just that it's been a while since you've shown this side of yourself. Thinking back, Heathcliff's intuition has always been excellent, and he'd often put together surprisingly accurate conclusions with impressive speed. You know, when you really think about it, it's kind of your fault for... I've been too soft on you lately, haven't I? Get back here. Now, with those fools out of the conversation, Was he correct? Otis looks away from the usual chaos and asks Mayors. Honestly, I'm surprised. He was on point. Yeah, food's been running low in the village. At this rate, we won't last another year. But the Aegir will. I'm sure they will welcome us with open arms. I don't want to come off like I'm overly worried, but do you think they'll welcome the others too? Unlike mayors or chief, they are not Aegir. I believe they will. Iberia suspects and hates the Aegir for no other reason that we're from the sea, but our home cannot have fallen so low as to abandon a group of starving land dwellers. Prithee, might thou explain us who the Aegir are? Hi, hey Nema, welcome, how are things going? I had initially thought to be a reference to a region, yet it also seems to refer to an affiliation of sorts. Maybe there's something like nest dwellers, though I don't think I've heard of a nest that accepts backstreet people with open arms. Or maybe there used to be some rich folks? If they call them nest toffs Aegir here, does that make the rabbit here less Aegir too? Wait, in the world you came from, do they not distinguish between races? That is not entirely true. Delineation between races is a concept that does exist, but in the world they come from, they're still all human. Though I only saw them in the Phantoms, there were those terrifying things called the cuckoo spawns. I don't remember these. However, as a general rule, it can be said that humans should be the only intelligent life forms in the city. The people of Terra have slightly varying appearances depending on their race, like my Kautus ears. And I've got pointed ears, because I'm Aegir, though it's not a characteristic every Aegir shares. The closest idea to what they're discussing appear to be... Don Quixote seems to be struggling to finish her sentence. Mersault steps in to continue. By context clues and the manner of word usage, including the means of classification, the closest example in our world would be blood fiends, similar external appearances to humans, different natures, comparable sapiens. It is of my belief that blood fiends are ostracized due to their nature that make coexistence with human difficult. It may be that the Aegir here are also. I'm sure some of them do possess qualities that make coexistence with others difficult, but they're probably rare. Then, wherefore are they made subjects of suspicion and hatred? That's... well, the language is new, but the idea itself is pretty familiar to city folk like us. Think of feathers of fallen wings, kids born in the backstreets, people who replace their body parts with prosthetics. The form differs, yet its essence we find the thread. In its essence we find the thread. Something about how we keep finding these similarities in the ways of our lives despite finding ourselves in a different world with different rules, races and humans. Felt oddly discomforting. Stream delay is awful. I think you should be able to just refresh it, but it may be something to do with YouTube, because I heard people complain about the stream delay for a while. If you're not considered human, you get annihilated, yeeted out of the city by the head. But also, what's not considered human should be either an abomination or some sort of mutant. Again, mostly due to experiments, but it's not exactly something that can continue existing among the other humans, is it? The point is, you guys are doing us a real solid by fixing up this ship. Let's move on from this glooming conversation, okay? I want to show you the cooler parts of this ship. This way. The ship tour may have to wait. The repairs are almost complete, but an issue has arisen. Issue? That's not reassuring at all. Multiple light form identified ahead, assumed to be Sea Terror Horde. The ship's radar system seems to suggest that the vessel is surrounded. They're the same monsters from yesterday. Executive Manager, please order us to prepare for battle. Damn it, are they the Sea Terrors you encountered? They look a bit different, but yeah, probably. There's a lot of them, but if our last experience tells us anything, we should be able to handle this. Amia, please support us in battle like you did yesterday. Canst thou fight, young bears? I feel like I'm just going to get in your way. Then, guys, find a place to keep males as far as possible from the battle. Then, let's hurry down there. We don't want them damaging the ship any further. Kinda, we don't know much about the head, but human-like androids is a big no-no, for example. Oh, this is the first time I hear about it. But yeah, I guess I haven't encountered any sort of robot or robotic life form. Not yet, at least.
불길 속으로.
Okay, battle-wise, we should be fine. Battle-wise, I have a tiny little bit of fear when it comes to maybe the last boss. Especially if these guys can start applying terror to our units.
이제야 완성되었나?
But otherwise, it seems to be easy stagger all over the board.
좋아.
Oh, and they just keep on spawning.
점 찍었네. 이제야 완성되었나?
Yeah, little doggos are new,
완성되었나?
so we're up to 2 different enemies. Pretty sure we're going to start seeing the ranged speeders fairly soon as well.
나선 속을 벗어날 순 없.
Alright, also, one thing I've been meaning to ask and never actually managed to. What causes the characters to get extra actions during combat? Is when it comes to horde stages, they actually get a lot of them, sometimes up to 2 even, but when I had to fight some of the bosses, it was basically impossible to get a second action off of someone.
정화. 이 결투 본인의 승리. 경외감 속에 숨어게. 진득형.
이제야 완성.
본인의 승리일세. 시선에 눈이 멀지 않도록.
And that's 2.
돈이 더 들긴 해도 긴급으로 하길 잘했지 않은가? 아니야, 넣어두게. 정말 2배로 받을 거라고 생각했는가? 그런 건
몸을 풀어두죠.
And yeah, looks like we'll be going from fight to fight from here onwards. Every turn, a sinner gets additional skill slot according to the deployment order.
정화.
Hello from Malaysia. Hey FNF, welcome, are things going?
기가 튀게.
Nah, this one. Ryu with the big animation. This has been a favorite of mine ever since I managed to get lucky out of that gacha. I still don't know if or how I can field her properly, because I don't have anything else that brings tremor to the team. But at least the bleed is doing something.
제가 묻었네요. 이 결투 본인의 승리일세.
Oh, what the hell? We have the terror flowers already?
힘으로 참여하라.
Shouldn't be that big a deal.
나선 속을 벗어날 수는 없. 죽음으로 참여하라.
But yeah, if we start getting a full waves full of the terror flowers, this may be a problem later on.
점 찍었네.
본인의 승리를 보냈고.
그 오물을 다 죽어라. 비뚤어져 끓여. 비뚤어져 끓여.
She's mainly a DPS with a side of tremor and bleed. I'll check her damage output. For the time being, she seems to be doing fine, but she's never really in the higher tiers.
순식간에 끝내죠.
Which is why I think she's either under-leveled, or she really needs that up type 4, or I'm just not using the correct team for her.
그 시선 경멸스럽.
But hey, that's what the gacha has spit out, so this is what I'm using.
완성되었나?
In chain battles like this, you get more skills each turn, but then there are the focus battles, the one where you can aim your skills, where you have a fixed amount of skills, which grow until maximum. Oh, okay, thanks for the explanation. Because again, it was the same in the not mirror universe, but that thing as well. And I couldn't really figure out why there was a difference there. Mostly because it would have been really convenient to have multiple turns or a lot of extra skill activations against some of these bosses. The remaining entities have all returned to sea. Is everyone okay? It was just like our last skirmish. Sea terrors had us surrounded, the ship returned to sea even before the battle came to an end. And their retreat felt too orderly and deliberate to be just running away. It's almost like they're making a tactical retreat. We're doing peachy, but what about the ship? Fao, is the ship okay? Minor damages to the hull, but nothing that will impede the ship's operational capabilities. So I noticed during the battle, I might be wrong of course, but I think I noticed how around the end these monsters were starting to go after the manager. You're probably right actually. I noticed too, at some point during the battle, these monsters realized that it's the manager who's commanding the rest of us. I sensed the very same. Their movements were fluid and adaptive, as though they were learning our behavior. Why does the Church of the Deep worship monsters like them? Because what you're seeing are just the monsters. You're not seeing the hive mind behind them. That ain't much of a question, in it. They must have all gone mental. I'm sure they have many reasons, but Seaborn are beings of infinite potential, so much that there's no superlative being enough to properly convey that scale. As organisms, they can endlessly evolve and adapt. Every time they encounter a new environment or a new element, they transform themselves into other Seaborns. Maybe that's their draw. That fascination may be an attitude most befitting a researcher. Yet, the transformation of fascination into idolatry, if I may be frank, is not entirely positive. I find them pretty uncomfortable. They just remind me of whales. Then, can they adapt to learn a language to communicate with us? What? Going by everything we heard, I think they sounded really smart. Mears' eyes went round at Huang Lu's suggestion. She brought her hands to her mouth, surprised. It sure was something. I heard that there was a Seaborn who could talk. If non-humans speak the language of humans, regardless of its testament to their intelligence, I can only think of two possibilities as to why they would. One, to communicate with humans, the other, to deceive humans. Oh hey, we have the entirety of Freeren's plotline right here. More often than not, it's the latter. What about distortions? Some of them already know how to speak. Distortions are phenomena in which humans transform into monstrous forms, first observed after the White Knights of the Dark Days incident. Therefore, that example is irrelevant to Uti's supposition. White Knights and Dark Days. She whispers quietly, but as we were standing rather close to her, we all caught on the hint of joy in her voice. The pillar of light in the city, did it really? How have you come across this knowledge, Miss Mayers? Oh, that's... Indeed obvious, we've got the culprit right here. This storyteller lass whose beak had been on with no end. She's been talking all stop all mornings about all kinds of stories, hasn't she? Huh? Yet, I have not gotten that far. You again? You didn't get so lost in your own stories that you dabbled all about our company secrets, have you? Nay, fie, I would simply not. As Don Quixote was subject to yet another round of scolding, Mia stared towards the sea, wary that the sea terrors might start crawling to the surface once again before turning towards us. I wonder which of the two the Seaborns are. Their sense of self is really faint, so I don't think they would be in either category. I think it's possible that they learned human language out of instinct, that the power of speech might help them survive. It appears as you, Miss Mayer, are quite the expert on the subject of Seaborn. Your knowledge of them goes beyond what fear for one's survival may yield, thereby suggesting a different meanings of acquisition. Do you by chance worship the Seaborn? I don't. Seaborns don't have any hopes or wishes, just desire for survival. Miss Mayer, does that mean that if Seaborn were somehow able to hope? Maybe so? And the repairs are complete. As we were conversing, Faust descended from the ship with an neatly organized set of tools borrowed from the village, repairs completed. The ship is ready to sail. Did you have a departure time and date in mind? I would prefer if we could depart as soon as possible. We don't have a set date or anything, but I think we should be able to set sail in the late afternoon at the earliest. How far out to sea do you guys need to go? We need to find this dimensional door of sorts. I could see the dimensional door's light from the beach at night. It was faint, but given how light's strong enough to break through the sea fog, we should be able to determine its location somewhere around the coastal waters. So, we can go back tonight. The first order of business is to relay this news to the villagers. Also, there's absolutely no way that they're going back on day one. It would be a bit too easy, a bit too lucky, a bit too unfitting for this group. Because, man, if you've ever met a group of people who were seriously shit out of luck, it's these people.
마에스트로님이 어떤 평가를 내려주실지 흥분이 가시지 않는구려.
There's something going on in the village. I hear it too. I'm hearing people shouting and hollering. Oh, nah, dude, they had a little bit of hope at the start of chapter 4 when they were told they were going on a small vacation. But what was supposed to be the beach episode? Light-hearted vibes, shining sun, clean waters. turned out into the beginning of their water arc. And they basically passed the sea location and went into a sewer. That was unlucky. When we returned to the village, ship repairs completed, we were welcomed by a rather hostile standoff. A quick count told me there were apparently 20 people assembled at the village square. Considering its population, that was pretty much the whole village. Who's that over there? Inquisitor. I think we've been found. Oh, it's her! The Inquisitor, dressed in a well-kept uniform, was about the same height as Don Quixote. The sword and the lamp hanging from her waist sits in stark contrast with the more run-down, ramshackle village. She almost looks like a fixer from the city. So, the Inquisition has discovered our village. Did you really think that you could forever stay out of the Inquisition's gaze, citizen? That's a naive dream. Fabius disappeared from the Inquisition mid-interrogation on the charges of suspicious of membership with the Church of the Deep. Last known location, Salt Flat. The other Inquisitors have informed me that you have been identified next to Pirate in its fringes. From a criminal to an outlaw, what a dramatic evolution of your career. But it ends here. Now. Every citizen here, including you, will be accompanying me to the Inquisition. She's here alone? And she's about to arrest 20 people just by herself? I mean, she's powerful enough, she should be able to do it, but still. That's a nice pair of balls right there. They have never broken a single law, nor are they outlaws of any kind. They are not like me. They have disregarded the Inquisition's authority, evaded their gaze of Iberia, and found this southern coast to lurk in. Tell me I'm not supposed to find that suspicious. What are you talking about? You can't just start arresting people left and right with a tenuous suspicion like that. You shouldn't. We only wish to live a quiet life, ma'am. Is that so? Then you might find yourself returning to this village one day, as long as you're telling the truth. Which is not an option for you, Fabius. Mayor, was Chief really a pirate? Well, yeah, but as far as I know, he's been out of the game for a while. And even when he ran with the pirates, all he ever did was shell fin beast jerky to the villagers. Or carry Aegirians between them. So he was a smuggler. Even if you're telling the truth, Mayors, I doubt the Inquisition would be lenient. I have but one question to ask. That Inquisitor, is she following the proper legal procedures? I don't know much about the laws of Iberia, but Dr. Calcid told us the words of Inquisitors were pretty much the law here. It's likely that she's following the proper legal procedures, but procedures are precisely what the villagers have fled from after all. Then it's decided. Utis quietly dragged me to the side and whispered outside of Mayor's earshot. Oh no, they don't want to go against her now, do they? The Sinners, who were right next to me, seemed to have picked it up, though... Executive Manager, we best immediately return to the ship, take command of it, and sail out on our own. It is unwise to involve ourselves in this conflict. Oh, the complete opposite of what I was thinking. Yeah, I don't know about this one. Very opportunistic. Are you seriously suggesting that we just let them arrest the villagers? Didn't you hear what the Inquisitor said? It seems quite cut and dry to me. This is just standard procedure with no local laws broken. We are in no place to involve ourselves. Our best hope is to take the ship before they impound that too. We can't do that. Even if it's standard procedure, even if they're working within the law, it's not. You stayed up to hear Major stories too, didn't you? You know, the N-Corp. Inquisitors were working within the law too, when they came for the village. That was standard procedure too. If someone, anyone, had stepped in then... I know what you went through, but I would rather still not take a risk in an unfamiliar environment like this. I will try my best to figure out how to sail that ship. If I cannot, then I have faith Ismael will quickly learn its controls. I can say you're wrong, but I don't know. Neither you nor I know anything about the ocean currents here. We can get the ship going, but I can't guarantee that we'll reach the dimensional door without any trouble. Do you know anything about the currents in the region? Not much, but I know the coastal seas somewhat. And you can't fight the Inquisitors here in Iberia. Fleeing with the ship might be the better option. Wait, she's on our side too? I mean, she can't really leave her Grams here at the hands of the Inquisition now, can she? I guess it's kind of awkward for us to take this ship and go. But we try to talk to the Inquisitor then. I think we should at least try to hear them out first, them being the Inquisitor and the Chief both. If the discussion goes well, we might even be able to get the Inquisition's support. Like Mr. Honglu said, we should hear them out first, then try to convince them. I agreed with them both. First, let's at least see what the Inquisitor has to say. Rabbit's right, she says. Are you certain that translation was accurate, Sinclair? Right? There's no way Ryoshu would choose anything other than violence, right? Idiots. It's because other options are pointless. Inquisitors have seen us. We are already under suspicion. She will doubtless try to stop us if we flee now. So, talk first, lower her guard, then attack. Violence has to be at the end there. Pretty sure that's not what Amiya meant. Well, if she's already onto us, then we shouldn't give her any excuse to attack us by running away. I was wondering what you were doing here, lurking in the background. A clock-shaped head? Are you from the Colombian Union? They're wearing a clock for a head due to reasons, but they have nothing to do with the Colombian Union. Tick-tock. What? What language are they speaking? Regardless of whether you're from the Colombia or not, you're clearly not from Iberia, let alone this village. You're not wrong, but I think there's been a bit of a misunderstanding. I'm quite certain you don't know enough about these villages to stand between them and an Inquisitor. How long have you been staying here? 2 days? Buddy, don't you just tell her that. 2 days? Alright, enough of this chickenery. Get out of my way, outsider. The attempt appears to have been made are quite on the unstable ground. Please lend us your ear for a minute, Inquisitor. I am Amiya, leader of Rhode Island. Yes, I'm aware of Iberia's close border situation. Oh god, she's gonna get arrested before getting 2 words in. I felt hope swelling within me as Amiya began with confidence, unlike Sinclair. Alas, it was short-lived. Thanks to the Inquisitor's quick retort, I couldn't help but place my palm against my forehead at the exchange that followed. Oh, so not only are we dealing with outsiders of dubious origin, we have illegal entry as well? We had to, because the issue demands urgency, and I've been briefed. Brazenly crossed the border, didn't you? I don't know how urgent that issue could be, but I doubt it's anything more significant than the situation at hand for Iberia and the Inquisition. The High Inquisitor is handling Rhode Island issue. Stay put and await the consequences while he and that chatty mad doctor of yours talk it out. Do you know that your treatment may depend on your negotiation skills? Not to mention, if it's Calcit that's trying to talk things out with someone, they're never going to be done. As for the village chief, I understand that you have the right to arrest him, as he is a fugitive who has fled in the middle of the interrogation and has been sailing with the pirates. However, it is an inhuman treatment to arrest the rest of the villagers as well. Inhumane? This decision is well within the rights bestowed upon the Inquisition. They've lived for years right next to that highly suspicious Aegir. The Inquisition must investigate the rest of them as well to verify whether they have committed any acts of treason against our laws. This isn't going anywhere, is it? Listen. They've been surviving for years upon years by the coast without the protection of the Inquisition, and simply cannot make sense. I think I've heard enough from you. Ain't it funny how you're blaming them for what is essentially a failure of your responsibilities? And now you roll up in here, go, they shouldn't be alive, I'm arresting them all? What? Are you saying these people should all be dead or something? I am. There's no other way to cut it. People simply shouldn't be able to survive in a place like this, not for this long. The Inquisitor's reply only seemed to fan Hutcliffe's breath, as he lifted his bat and began striding forward. That's it. Lass, if you ever so much as touch the tip of a single village's hair... Please calm yourself, Hutcliffe. But Honglu stepped in between them. Continuing to threaten her will cause something irrevocably bad to happen. I believe you know that yourself. What do you suggest then? That we clearly not making any progress by trying to talk this out? Excuse me, Miss Inquisitor, what do you mean that people shouldn't be able to survive in a place like this? I mean, literally. Even by some miracle that they actually do survive, they should at least be suffering from endless hunger, struggling to their wits' end at the inevitability of the calamity. But they look too healthy. The heck? Then shouldn't you be applauding them for managing to survive through so much hardship? I am an Inquisitor. I'm not some crazy person on a power high who goes around accosting and arresting civilians of Iberia straight to the gallows. I have more than enough probable cause to take them in for interrogation. It's just that I don't have the time nor the energy to explain every single one of them to you outsiders. I promise them a fair judgment, which may be after a proper investigation. Whichever way may be after proper investigation. So stop it with the obstruction of justice. The Inquisitor brandished her rapier threateningly, her voice shaking with frustration. Without the full picture of the circumstances, Faust advises against further antagonization of a local police authority. Agree with Faust? I get the feeling that she isn't the kind of heartless Inquisitor that goes around indiscriminately executing innocents, like Miss Mayer told us earlier. I don't think she's anything like the Inquisitors of N-Corp we saw back at Call. They were right. We didn't have the full picture of the circumstances. Getting in the way of an Inquisitor, who was clearly a rather significant political entity in the area, was most likely a bad idea. It isn't the Inquisitor's job to answer your questions. Continue to obstruct me, then. As the standoff was showing no sign of ending, yours? I can answer your questions, so for now, let's do as the Inquisitor says. Mayers, who has been hiding behind us ever since we returned to the village, suddenly stepped forward. I'm sure this is happening only because the Inquisitor doesn't know. About the profound silence. Mayer's response to Otis was but a single concept. I didn't quite grasp its significance, but it seemed to surprise the Inquisitor. That's what they call the calamity that destroyed Iberia. I don't know, halfway through the event I was kind of expecting a fight against the little bird. Thankfully that didn't happen. Surprised to see her though. Decades ago, a great wave ravaged through Iberia. It wasn't long before the seaburn carried by the waves diminished Iberia's brilliant civilization to this. Is there any reason it's called the Profound Silence? It doesn't seem to be the most appropriate moniker for a calamity like that. It's because the sea went dead silent before the waves came. The silence then claimed ships out at sea, then the cities of Iberian, then the Iberians. No one could say a word in face of the ineffable calamity. What? Just what are you? No average Iberian citizen should be privy to any information that you're sharing. And the Church of the Deep is really capitalizing on the pandemonium that followed the Profound Silence. They pretend to be Aegir from the sea, delude the citizens of Iberia, and are sowing chaos in their lands. So that's why they're arresting Aegir left and right. I can see the thought process, but... So it's understandable why the Inquisitor would want to arrest us. This isn't good. Sharing that seems to have been some kind of a taboo, like things going for the Inquisition. The Inquisitor wordlessly stares at Mayors. Her eyes were filled with traces of anger and confusion, but she's afraid. There was fear in the face of a threat. Not the fear of the terrified, no, it's the fear of someone who is suddenly confronted with something they must destroy. The High Inquisitor once told me that should I come across an Aegir who knows too much, there's a sliver of a chance that they may be of assistance to Iberia. Sees, you're threatening the innocent by brandishing of the firearm. But most are seduced by the allure of the sea. Thus they are, without doubt, our foes. I've got a bad feeling about this. Boss fight would be much more interesting. We are about to have a boss fight with the Inquisitor, aren't we? Quick on the uptake as always, Rhodia slunks Mayos over her shoulder and runs past the villagers, while the citizens scatters in all directions to distract the Inquisitor. The Inquisitor draws her firearm. And in the midst of all that action, Don Quixote rushes towards the Inquisitor without a moment's hesitation. Don, though, shall go no further. A fixer of justice shan't abide by as thou persecute them. Pursued, 'tis a battle delayed, not avoid. This clash is inevitable. In that moment of crisis, seconds before this could irrevocably make us a new enemy. Monster! Finally, she's here. There's our little dog. A large obsidian crystallization in the shape of a monster bursts forth between the two of them. Who is it this time? That's enough meaningless bickering. Calcit? Do you know her? She is Dr. Calcit, Rhode Island Medical Department's. Calcit, behind you? Shoot first, talk later, is it? The negotiations are over. From this moment onward, Rhode Island is now operating within legal capacity on Iberian territory under the Inquisition's authorization. The Inquisitor fired a blast of that fire-looking weapon, but the monster summoned by Calcit managed to deflect it. And the cannonball thrown from the weapon punched clean through the wall of the building we were staying the night in, before punching through several other buildings behind it. That was enough to instantly freeze the sinners and the villagers on the spot. That penetrated a building. Though their walls may be weaker than the head standard for what counts as a building exterior wall, to punch through so many. What a precise point it makes. Now is not the time to stand around impressed. It is a violation of a taboo to have that much penetrative power in a firearm. We are not in the city, don't lose your heads over this. Taboos don't apply here. My head knows that to be true, yet my heart finds it difficult to be still. That is enough of the discussion for now. It is advisable that we carefully observe and grasp the situation at hand instead of deliberating on a taboo, the jurisdiction of which does not reach this far. So, situation has gotten slightly better, right? If she's Amiya's friend, she's our ally. Besides, she's got some super powerful looking prosthetic gear looking thing too. The roars of the little cat. Is that what you think? I apologize for disappointment, but I am not on anyone's side. In other words, your particular denomination ally might not be entirely correct. However, if I might define my allegiance, then let me inform you that the closest label would be that I am the Inquisitor Irene's ally. Calcit? Amiya, outsiders. As much as you would like to deny it, the Inquisitor's suspicions are true. While it can be said that the process by which she reached that conclusion was unfair, the conclusion itself is, without a doubt, correct. So they're actually connected to the Church of the Deep? That's one way to put it. To be more precise, they aren't connected to the Church of the Deep, they are the Church of the Deep. Perhaps the village itself is a dilapidated church of their congregation. Our village, a church? Just look at our buildings, where would we even congregate? There are not many resources by which we may analyze the decision. However, the fact that Amiya's colleague has made the same argument as the Inquisition brings the accused defense into question. Yet I can hardly believe what young mayor is lying to us. Hold on, you've been chatting plenty with that Inquisitor or whatever. How do we know you weren't aligned with them the whole time? I see, you really are entirely in the dark. An expected outcome, given that all of you may be from a place far beyond the dimensional door. Oh, she knows about the door already, that's nice. Saves a little explanation. As fortune should have it, there is no need for you to know it anyway. Truth is truth, unchanging, without the acceptance from an errant group of outsiders. Besides, soon... I'm sorry, it seems that we've mired you into this trouble. Say no such thing. We shall not abide by one such injustice is perpetrated before our eyes. The village has already been identified by the Inquisition, and the Inquisition has even brought an ally. It seems quite unlikely that that words shall resolve this conflict. But we promise you, we will take responsibility for what is done. We have benefited far too much from your warmth and kindness not to do so. The village chief, with a benevolent look, pulls a dagger from his cloth. And I immediately knew what Calcit was about to say. Take responsibility? You don't have to go that blimey. We are now departing for the sea, yet we cannot bring ourselves to leave you here. I must ask you to join us for this journey. Become our blood kin. What are you doing? Stop. The unanticipated, or perhaps I was simply in denial of this rising dread, ambush did not end there. That's 2. The Inquisitor was right. That's 3. The villagers suddenly began shanking the sinners with weapons they had concealed in their clothes. And it seems that they were coming for me as well. Amiya, on your left. Amiya materialized a black ribbon-like apparition, parrying away the dagger flying in my direction. But another villager rushed in, taking advantage of the opening. The charging villagers back made a visceral crunchy noise. Someone flung them away. Scuddy's back. Didn't mean to be this late. Scuddy, let me catch you up to speed. I know the situation. That fishy smell was what I went to investigate earlier. What about the sinners? Aren't the sinners your responsibility? Turn the clock back already. Unlike Amiya and I, who managed to survive the initial ambush, the sinners weren't doing so well. At least we had a silver lining in that the Inquisitor and Calcit were quick understanding of the situation, and the subsequent retaliation led the villagers away from the sinners. How? I didn't notice any hostility or aggression. What an odd thing to say. Why would we hold any animosity against you? Why would we intend to kill you? We are not trying to hurt you. We are simply trying to give you a form better suited for the sea. Until we were obstructed. Honestly, they might have kind of lucked out on this one, because if they just went along with the plan, went along with the ship, they might be drowning and turning into seaborne right at this moment. I apologize for our unfamiliarity has caused you trouble, Inquisitor. I won't make a big stink about what happened. What's truly unforgivable is that the heretics tried to take advantage of the ignorance of outsiders to flee the Inquisition. And even if you are outsiders, any lives lost on liberal soil are my responsibility. It's my fault. I'm sorry it came to this. Lives lost? You're still alive, you know? You can shake off stab wounds like... This is most unfortunate, outsider. Your friends are either going to die or turn into seaborns. The daggers that stabbed them were laced with the flesh of the sea terrors. Once that happens, most die, and the survivors become overwritten by their cells, becoming nothing more than another sea monster. I think we've seen something like this in Chapter 4 already, except people were turning white in order to turn into mermaids. And if I remember correctly, Dante couldn't stop the mermaidification process either. That's the second time you get screwed up by the sea. That's not a very big deal. Everyone was acting like that was it for the sinners, but hey, I should be able to deal with this by turning the clock. It's not that bad. My only concern was that I didn't know what would happen if I tried to bring them back after they're fully transformed into seaborns. The golden bow helped deal with the whale's palidification effects, but I had no idea how it would interact with seaborn transformations. We should just kill them before they turn. Oh god. Yeah, Amiya and Calcit might actually be in for the reality of the Limbus company. I know, this must be very hard for you, but for what? Sorry to bother you with this, but can you kill my friends? And preferably in the least painful way you know. Oh, sorry, was the last part kind of too much? Wait, don't give up already. If we bring them back to Rhodes Island, we should be able to do something to help them. How should I explain this? Guys, can you... Dante, I know what you mean, but I just can't right now. Dante was able to halt palidification in everyone, and sinners are still well, so they kinda reversed it. If I remember correctly, they didn't undergo palidification because it was halted, but I remember them warning the sinners about not getting killed down there in that whale. My strength has rapidly deteriorated since the ambush. It's kind of tingly too, so maybe they just use some kind of paralytic cocktail. Just trust me on this one. I can assure that I'm just not giving up on them. But... Amiya, can you understand the outsider's speech? Yes, it's just that they're making a pretty difficult request. They want me to kill all of their friends before they transform into Seaborns. Skadi. Don't even have to ask her twice. Jesus Christ, Skadi. And before we even knew it, Skadi has already decapitated the sinners, none of whom resisted. Amiya seemed to have been taken aback by how fast Skadi jumped into action. What are you doing, Skadi? Even the Inquisitor is taken aback. Don't let this spook you. This is just how we roll. The clock turns. The decapitated heads turn toward their headless torsos, connecting with threads of blood. The sensation is that of reversal. It feels as though the sinners and I are severed from the rest of the world, rewinding in isolation. Is this rewinding us going back in time, or are we defying the concept itself? The pain is multifold worse than the sensation of a straightforward decapitation. The pain is in the heart. As the current of death reverses, I sense a deep, crushing isolation. Not their first rodeo on this friendly fire? Oh, you mean for Skadi? I guess not. Been a while since Canto 5. I think Palidification just didn't proceed too far in Sinners. Ripped Ismael out of it at the end, if I remember correctly. It's been a little bit, I actually can't remember 100%. Maybe I have to go check in on it later. Their wounds are disappearing. Resurrection. Metempsychosis, or time reversal. Puzzling. I have no knowledge of which to interpret this technology. The cost seems to be that the pain is transferred to the one who rewinds. But that seems too small a price for such power, though the discussion of whether this can be categorized as power should be explored later. I couldn't stop shaking, all of my limbs were trembling from the icy solitude. Still, I took a moment to collect myself and order the sinners. I don't know just what they were thinking, but we should be able to find out once we take them down. You dare deceive the executive manager and try to take their life. Prepare thyself, for thou shalt now pay the price for making a mockery of justice. Can't just let this slide, you know? How unfortunate. I had high hopes that all of you would become fine bloodkins. And time to fight. Oh, would you look at that? There's the grandpa down here with 2 skills per turn. Looks like we're still fine though. Or maybe not, he does target 2 of ours. But it's just defenses, so if anything weird happens, try and charge up some ultimates. Okay, I was a little bit scared because I've seen them clash a bit too often. Focus fight, win rate not recommended. Oh god. But unless they have something weird like getting extra attack from allies dying. Because yeah, no, everyone is on favorite. Only her is on struggling.
순식간에 끝내죠.
Damns the nails. Oh, didn't seem like she took that much damage either.
이 결투.
좋아.
Oh god, tentacles. And they inflict nervous impairment too.
부르셨나요?
30 stacks become staggered, then take fixed damage equal to 25% of the max HP and remove the effects. It's at 30 stacks though, we might still be kind of fine. Most of them are staggered too, and running. You get the Sangre de Sancho.
순식간에 끝내죠.
그 오물을 떼어내주지.
There's the comeback.
달려라 루신한테. 정의는
Maybe
승리한다.
one little bit of a negative thing is the fact that some of the older special attacks use very old sprites too. All of the newer sprites, newer characters look way too flashy compared to some of these old charge attacks.
이제 완성되었나?
Okay, double stagger. We should be able to stagger these two as well. Win rate in focused battles tends to overfocus staggered enemies. You have 3 staggered to actives. It tends to clash with the active enemies and just dump the rest on a single stun. This is something I've seen back in the Chapter 5 boss though. That one was actually quite difficult. But the alternative... Okay, that's dominating on this one. Let's see if we can actually push him to break. Unopposed. There's another unopposed right there. You go on the number 2. Unopposed on the second. Dawn doesn't have anything decent, but it's all unopposed down here. And harpoon.
점 찍었네.
Got Saber on Star Rail, she's really fun to use, worth the Elisha fun spend. Alright, her banner is still up, I completely forgot. I picked her up on day 1, but
약해 빠져서는.
yeah, she's okay, especially if you've got characters like Sunday.
내가 찾은
Look at their number, they're
나만의
too
하나의
fast,
방식.
just clash with IDs that enemies are attacking. Oh, right, the number up here, you mean? This is their action order. It's a bit of a mess. That's favored. Oh, she is staggered. I need to block this with someone else. Unopposed, we go with the triple orange. Block the two bosses. And send full charge.
조여먹구를 달궈볼까?
Number of always speed, not exactly action order. Bigger number can intercept lower. Okay, cool, thanks. Again, sadly, when it comes to the gameplay, I got past like 99.9% of the game just pressing win rate and standing go. There's only been 2 fights in which I had to actually manually set skills for. And I think in one of them I actually got really extremely carried. Because the brother's boss, I was able to burst it down to 50% without taking too much damage from the allies near him.
달려라 루신한테!
Now, if everything goes well, let me guess, Ricardo? Yeah, Ricardo. That one actually took like an hour of trying or something. Okay, these are still up. How far are you from 50%? Actually, not that far. But our poor Roy is almost done. So these should be able to intercept each other, right? So he's on 7, he's faster than anyone else. Can go pick the 6 up. She's on 6. Dominating, stop the boss. Chargigo at 5. So either we actually kill, we might start getting closer to kill range. And these are now all outpost.
순식간에 끝내죠.
The middle never forgets. Yeah, that was probably the hardest fight I've seen in the game so far. I hear apparently things get a little bit more complicated after Chapter 6, and I'm actually looking forward to it. Because I want to see a little bit of the endgame before judging a game proper.
보냈고.
He is the wall. You either search up a cheese or learn to read.
그 오물을 떼어내주지.
Yeah, the one thing I didn't figure out was how to keep these stacks low. Because you need to kill the first wave in order to get to the second, but when you get to the second wave, everyone has 5 buffs. And they hurt. They hurt like a motherfucker. Okay, up to 7. There's a nice 6 here. Double blue on 5. These are well outpost. And yeah, I'm leaving this tagged boss behind. I just want to clear this wave now.
순식간에 끝내죠.
Not to mention, I am seriously lacking healing. because I didn't manage to pick up any ego that could let me heal. And as far as I know, characters themselves, IDs themselves, don't do it. Okay, only one left, down at 2, but this looks scary. An outpost over here. Favored on 3, and that should cover everything.
조여 먹구를 달궈볼까?
Blood-feeded entities and some self-heal. Out of that, it's only some egos. Yeah, I've had my eyes on one Faust ego that can let you heal. I think that's likely going to be the first thing I try to get from the shop. Because mirror dungeons, before you clear chapter 7, it's actually not that difficult, and you can get some healing stuff in the mirror dungeon, which makes it even easier. But for the future, I'm afraid some healing stuff is going to be necessary. Okay, we should be almost done here. With one exception. Why are you hopeless? Unopposed.
조여 먹구를 달궈볼까?
경외감 속에 숨어들. 진익형 시선에 눈이 멀지 않도록.
Nice light finisher on 170 damage. Fluid sac. Yeah, that one. Wait, I think they're heading to... He's running himself into a dead end. Are they seeking refuge at sea? That's where the ship is. That's where they're headed. They're trying to board the vessel Massas. Wait, but we never told them the ship was repaired, so how? Ain't it obvious? The whole village is in on it. It ain't a surprise that they would send someone to spy on us, or they know a way to get the ship floating even in its broken state. Vessel Massas? Vessel Rebellion de las Masas, the ship that is moored at a port in that direction. Wait, it can't be. Erin, who was preoccupied with battling the rest of the followers of the Church of the Deep, who were in hiding, quickly gave chase. But Fabius and the villagers were already aboard the repaired ship, slowly departing the harbor with the horde of sea terrors between us and them. Fluid Sac or the current Faust Ego does heal. Then Pursuance Rodion, Hexnail Rodion, and I think that's it. For egos that heal teammates, there are a few more that heal just the user though. I think I actually got the Rodion one from this banner too. That's the main reason why I want Rodion in my team. I'm having a bit of trouble to charge it up though, because if I remember correctly it's yellow. The exterior, the name, it must have been constructed during the Golden Age of Iberia. But how are we supposed to chase that? What if we built a raft and rode after them? Mate, come on. Sea is full of sea terrors. It won't get very far before it sinks. Do you see something, Amia? You keep looking in that direction. The vessel Massas soon disappeared into the mist, and the village was left empty, with nary a sign of people ever having been there, as though this getaway had all been premeditated. Leaving only Mayors. Why would he run and leave his granddaughter behind?
당연한 결과죠. 저는
At this point,
선택받았으니까.
he's just leaving her to be arrested.
그렇겠죠?
Damn it. Can't we just take any ship and go after it? It's a research vessel. It can't possibly be very fast. This will be difficult. Even if it is a research vessel, I'm sure it was constructed during the golden age of Iberia. No average ship can keep up with it. Which is a problem, because I doubt we have any ship that can travel at the same speed. We only have a few small vessels left, which are all anchored far too from this location to be feasible options. Do we have any recourse? No, not unless we can identify the exact location of the vessel. Which is the real problem. We can find ourselves a ship to go after them, yes, but most eyes of Iberia, the lighthouses, were lost during the profound silence. When you say most, do you mean there's some left? Just one, as far as I know, the one in Gran Faro, but that lighthouse cannot be used at this moment. There's another. There's a lighthouse you can use. Really? Are you really going to give one of the villagers the benefit of the doubt? I mean, despite what the rest of the villagers said, at least she seems genuine. Not to mention, she was left behind. Yet, young Skadi hath already confirmed her to be safe. What I confirmed is whether she is a seaboard or not. Can't know if she's a cultist. It's true, yet when we saw that Mayers was left all on her own, we decided to have her accompany us at all times and keep her within Irene's eyeshot. We couldn't possibly blame her for what happened, given Skadi's confirmation that she doesn't have anything to do with those sea monsters. Besides, they would all left her behind. But Irene still seemed to harbor a bit of suspicion. The problem with the Aegir is that she simply knows too much. Where could she possibly have gained access to all that information? See? She can't even answer that question. Unless she was one of the Seaborn that was actually living down in the Aegir and had to flee after the Seaborn invasion. But let's think about it this way. What if we were to ask her what we don't know? The location of the lighthouse, for example. They're ticking rapidly. What did they say? Dante says that we should approach it differently and ask her what we don't know, like the location of the lighthouse. That seems like a reasonable suggestion to me, or does the Inquisitor have an alternate solution to this conundrum? It's more of, is there any other option? If it's just two, I'm afraid not. Fine, let's hear it. I won't interrogate you about how you have access to things that even us Inquisitor don't know. At least, not right now. Paro Muerto, that lighthouse, that's our village name. Somehow, a little ways off from the coastline, there's an intact Eye of Iberia on the sea, though it was almost destroyed when the profound silence swept through. Off the coastline, it's not connected to the land. I think it used to be, until it sank. We should be able to procure ourselves enough wood and material from the village to build a raft. Is it nearly enough for a raft to be the means of access? The weather is not great today, but it should do. It's not very far from the coast. Even you're going to trust an Aegir? I don't see why I shouldn't. I understand that Iberian mistrust of the Aegir is quite profound, yet such sentiment is hollow to the rest of us. Also, Skadi, right there, that's another Aegir, and yet she seems to trust her just fine. Inquisitor Irene, what did you feel when you saw the Rhode Island operator? If you're talking about the Caetus, nothing in particular, other than slight annoyance when she accused me of being inhumane. So you didn't harbor any hostility nor disgust, nor that would you have felt any sense of sympathy or empathy either. I thought I have no history or feelings for or against the Aegir. Such must be the same for outsiders. She's conveying that in matters in regards to Mayor, our opinions are more objective than Irene's. Finding the vessel Fabius commandeered will be benefit to all. Limbus Company will gain an opportunity to return to the city via the Dimensional Door, while Rhode Island will have the chance to study it at closer proximity. And the Inquisition will gain possession of the vessel in which technology from the Iberian Golden Age is contained. What? You're going to just hand that over to the Inquisition? Why should we covet what was once Iberia's? While there certainly are aspects of that vessel that draw interest, I already have a state-of-the-art masterpiece known as the Mephistopheles. As long as that can be guaranteed, I see no reason to refuse. Irene eventually agreed to put her trust in Mayors. We are in luck, Executive Manager. It is quite fortunate that our interests align exactly with that of the first stranger we encounter in a strange land. Lucky is right. Imagine if we walked back into the city. It wouldn't even take them like 3-4 distortion hunts for us to come to this agreement. Sorry about having to saddle you with this, Mayors. Please lead us to the lighthouse. So, when you said almost destroyed, how almost destroyed is it? I heard that the light faded from the lighthouse a long time ago, but the shape still stands. At least it was when I saw it a few months ago. If the lighthouse is in an inoperable state, we're going to need an expert technician to get it back in working order. The technology it's based on is completely divorced from the popular application of Originium technology, so I doubt there's anyone out here who can work it anymore. You needn't worry about that. Here, we have an engineer and a researcher who are geniuses even amongst those in the city, so we should be able to manage most mechanical failures. Today is just revelation after revelation, huh? I can vouch for Limbus Company's skills. I can also work on simpler tasks. I've learned a thing or two from helping out Grams, stuff about the lighthouse or various tech stuff. I'll be leaving the group for a moment. Amia will accompany you instead. After all that, you're just going off on your own? To join the Doctor, it's imperative for the successful execution of this mission. Of course, that hinges on Amia and Scully remaining behind here to assist the rest of you. Thus, I will leave it to the rest of you to take the Eye of Iberia, the lighthouse, back. What do you mean, take back the lighthouse? Is there something or someone out there that's taken over the lighthouse called the Eye of Iberia? Well, Seaborn. Lots and lots of Seaborn. A likely supposition. Amia, what did the manager of Limbus Company say? They're asking if the lighthouse has been taken over by something. Yes, there is highly likelihood that the structure has already been overrun by sea terrors. I don't know about overrun, but I've encountered them a few times when we approached it too closely. Normally, this is hardly enough personnel to attempt a raid on the lighthouse, but... Answer me this. Are there any limitations to their revival? There are no restrictions as long as Dante, the manager, survives. However, do note that battle efficiency depreciates with prolonged battle due to mounting mental stress on the manager. No need to change the plan then. Amia, use this communicator to alert me as soon as you're able to identify the coordinates of the vessel from the lighthouse. If luck would have it, we should be able to reduce the time it takes to complete the retrieval mission. Okay, as long as you're not taking everyone with you. If it's just her who's leaving, then go ahead. Vessel Massa's retrieval mission. Must you ask? Just look at how proactive and quick she is to jump to action. Certainly lives up to the image of an employee working for a large corporation. Thanks, Otis, for a charitable view, I guess. Thanks to Skadi, who had already finished the first steps of the plan, we were able to move on to step 2 immediately. Okay, Lighthouse Assault Part 2 at this point, because we've done one back in Arknights when the event first ran already. Oh god. Oh god, not these. Final power +1 for every 6 sinking, +2 sinking and nervous impairment. Oh god. Nervous impairment 2, nervous impairment, and these only inflict sinking. Now, one thing I haven't seen is any way to clear debuffs off of us.
제가 원하는 대로 베어버려도 되나요?
And with how much nervous impairment they're going to inflict, I'm starting to be afraid that this is going to be the main source behind our downfall. After a while of a carefully sailing on Skadi's raft along the coastal cliffs, a gargantuan shrouded lighthouse emerged from the thick mist. Eye of Iberia. Even in its dilapidated ruined state, touches that are once monumental and sensitive are apparent on the exterior construction of the lighthouse. Some even call these lighthouses Guardians of Iberia. It retains the grandeur of the era as it was built during its golden age. You really know everything, don't you? The more she speaks, the more she's getting on my nerves. It is as she said, but now these lighthouses are nothing but graveyards of countless inquisitors and soldiers of the Penal Battalion. No one who's attempted to retrieve a lighthouse has ever survived the expedition. Can you please not say scary stuff like that, Miss Irene? We are literally about to walk into one. Don't you ever quit chirping. What are you, a foul beast? Stop yapping in my ear. Why is this one such a coward, unlike the rest of you outsiders? Dude, poor Sinclair. Come on. I'm not a coward, I'm just voicing my... She did just say some pretty concerning stuff. How long do you think the repairs will take? Its exterior is rather heavily damaged. However, from what is visible from the outside, its interior is still quite intact. With Mrs. Fo's expertise, it should not take very long. Yisang suggests that with a smile, but Faust maintained her silence for the entire journey to the lighthouse. Neither see Brandon coming, although Roomba is infinite here, so don't be stingy for that. They're giving us Roombas? Okay, I feel a little bit better then. The debuff clears I recall are Regret Ego for Mersault and Umasang's Defiant Skill. Both are self-clears. Yeah. The brand is going to be bad. The brand is going to be real bad. Of course, my wit remains unmarred even in such uncertainties. The currents are pretty wild. Someone is going to have to stay behind and keep an eye on the raft. We can't just leave it here unattended, but I don't know if we can carry it either. I'll stay here and protect this ship. That is just an excuse to keep Skadi out of combat. Yes, Skadi might be one of the better fighters here. Are you sure you can handle this alone? I know you're strong, but maybe one or two more people should stay behind just in case. No, don't need them. Sea terrors will swarm the islet if I go with you anyway. So this has nothing to do with you. What she's trying to say is that she's worried about you not having enough people to take on the lighthouse when she can handle this area alone, which is why she's okay with staying behind alone. Thanks for explaining. Some people just can't help but hop through an extra hoop, I guess. We'll be back, Skadi. Luckily, we didn't run into any sea terrors on our way to the lighthouse gates. The problem was... the gates were bound shut by strange blue tissues. Reminds me of that L-Corp branch back at U-Corp, though that one was white. I don't think I can do anything to force it open myself, so... Guys, can you pry open this door? Oi, move over. I'll pull from the right side, you grab the left, and... we'll all pull together. 1, 2, and 3. And something's off. What are you doing? The door is firmly secured in place. This flesh tissue regenerates almost as soon as it is torn. Perhaps you'll need to tap into a wilder form of art to get this open. What now? This strange flesh tissue growing on the gates is sea terror. It reacts to the lamp, but it's grown too much to be affected by it in any meaningful capacity. Skadi might be able to open this door with her incredible strength, but you're left behind. We are all on our own. Maybe there's an identity card or ego I could use to get through this. So, which one? Just as I was pondering a familiar question, a faint black glow came into view, then devoured my sight. It's no intuition or inspiration, it's different from all those sudden flashes of realization. And it's not the star of that day. That I think of from to time. It's not the horrible door that I see every time I turn the clock either. The formless and black space in which I am not permitted to see, a faint noise, a whisper, cuts through it. And through that opening, I see light. I reach out to the opening and see Skadi, born from a very, very warm gaze. Skadi? Powerful imagery crashes onto me like waves. Skadi, the staggering dancer, wielding a blade. Skadi, who flaunts her flowing locks. And Skadi, the singer, humming in a low voice. Beyond the fringes of cognition, Skadi's existence has become engraved. The sinner who can wrestle and control this oceanic tidal power is... Dante, are you alright? I'm good, and I don't think we'll need to send for Skadi. Ismael, I've never used this ego before, but I need you... I'm sorry. I've never used this ego before, but I need you to trust me and accept it. What? An ego? I nod quietly. Well, it's not like we ever get to practice run with those egos, whichever it is. Seems to me our managers found a solution. Her confusion is short-lived. She lets out a carefree laughter before stepping forward, boldly twirling her mace once. I mean, what's the worst that could happen? Get corroded?
한눈 팔지 마세요. 옛날에 당신에게 파도는 반드시 밀려올 테니.
I like that she keeps the anchor for a weapon. But yeah, the whole inspiration from Skadi is fantastic. Cracks on the lighthouse, they're growing. I think she destroyed the door instead of opening it. Sorry, didn't think it would be this strong. Well, doors open. What are we waiting for? No, I mean, just what was the part where you... What? The part where I suddenly changed into a different outfit and equipped a different personality? Yes, that. That is most fascinating, that an ego could be drawn here in lieu of the mirror of Mephistopheles. I think it's connected to Amia's subconscious mind. There was this strange unfamiliar light, and I saw Amia's emotion attached to her memories and experiences, so I just reached out to them. My subconscious mind? I just had this feeling that it would work. Sorry about peering in without asking first, but I didn't see anything other than things about Skadi. All I needed were memories and emotions that can be used to understand that the being that is Skadi. It's okay, I also have experiences about gaining power from others' memories and emotions to overcome difficult situations. Maybe that's how you were able to draw something from me as well, Dante. That's the most appropriate assumption, especially in a situation in which delving into its principle is impossible. So that's called ego? Verily. Of course, Limbus Company's ego is quite distinguished from the other kind of ego which are bloomed from within oneself. That's enough. No further information is to be divulged to outsiders. Yet, it matters whether young Mayers and young Amiya learned of this. I agree with that fool this time. The Inquisitor used an artillery projectile that penetrated the outer wall, several of them in fact, of a building, and the head did not pursue her following that breach of taboo. This is clearly not the city. Ain't it better to let her talk her heart out than to hear her moan and whine about not being able to say anything? I'm convinced. Do as you will then. 200 pools were not in vain. Leonard Gregor brings the pain. Oh, nice, congrats. But everyone was too busy to pay attention to her, as the wet, slithering noise from the instance had put everyone on edge. Can we do that later? We've got some cleanup to do. So, there were more sea terrors, past it all. I think any sea terrors from the sea are all converging around Skadi, which means our only roadblocks are the sea terrors still lingering around the lighthouse. Let's go, let's take the lighthouse back. Okay, what is this? Hand of the Saint. Speed is fixed to 1, spawns in an inactive state that the Nethercy brand may appear. When Nethercy brand appears on the battlefield, the unit becomes active and damageable. When the HP unit drops to 1 from damage, triggers the Hand of the Saint and removes the Netherfield brand from the battlefield. That's the Roomba then. When it's triggered, the hand becomes inactive for the next turn. Unit takes damage only from skills mainly targeting this unit, and it takes no other damage, so you cannot activate it via AoE damage. And I guess no damage over time either. When it becomes inactive, it removes all effects from self and heals back to max HP. Okay, so I don't see anything particularly wrong with the first wave.
조여먹구를 달고 볼까?
Hopefully that last one down there is not a boss.
본인의 승리일세.
But didn't we have Amiya as the announcer? Why is Dante still popping up? Okay, we only got hit by 2 nervous impairment. And yeah, this is the... this is what I was warned of before. Everyone goes on stagger. With a few exceptions still, which... yeah, that's favored, that's dominating, and that's favored. So I guess win rate still goes towards clearing enemies one at a time, by dealing as much damage as possible. But if everyone is set to attack this staggered enemy dies before they can get their turn off, is that damage lost? Or can they just turn on other nearby enemies instead?
그 오물을 떼어내주지.
Okay, that should be the first one gone. Yes. Oh, the damage is lost. Need to be a lot more careful then. Because, like, this one dies in one hit, for sure, but it has 3 people who want to attack him. So let's swap you out. Who else is there? She cannot charge anything else. Let's swap you out.
정화.
비뚤어져 끓여.
Yeah, because that's the thing. Art style and sound design. They've done some really amazing job with both. The way the enemies just crunch when you hit them, it's so damn satisfying. Oh god, they keep spawning. We're 7 out of 25.
나선 속을 벗어날 순 없다. 경외감 속에 숨어라. 진입형. 시선에 눈이 멀지 않도록.
Okay, that double impairment can potentially be harmful, but we know they need 30 stacks. That's 1 and 2, we go for the ARES.
정화. 달려라 루신한테. 정의는 승리한다.
And yeah, sadly this has a higher win rate, and it also helps dealing more damage with the orange combo. But the ego in and of itself is a little bit low damage. Too bad I can't really afford to change it either.
약해 빠져서는.
무불아위.
Okay, we've got one of our friends staggered. 28 stacks. That's a lot. That's really a lot. Yeah, you know what? We leave the little doggy here. Burn, go on the big Sea Reaper. And hopefully we're not going to have another Sea Reaper spawning in the next wave. Who else is on the dog? Sinclair.
조여먹구를 달궈볼까?
벗어날 수 있다고 생각했나?
이 결투 당신을 인도해주진 못해도 따뜻하게
And
안아줄
the
수
little burn.
비뚤어졌구려. 다 죽어라.
Okay, that's gone. And it didn't spawn another. Clearly brand, it buffs them and is under the scenes already, impairing them. Shouldn't I be clearing it when it gets close to 30? Because it's only at 30 that it deals damage. Oh wait, no. On top of the brand... Oh, it's this one, the brand. I didn't even see it. Okay, it has to be you.
점 찍었네.
Yeah, the brand. I saw it later.
한놈
They kept the animation for the Roomba. That's great. Okay, everyone seems fine. With one little exception, but... Okay, yeah, everyone should be able to counter just fine.
이제야 완성되었나?
알겠어. 이 결투
So that if the brand appears on kill, and you have to sacrifice one character attacking the Roomba in order to clear it, you might have to be forced to take some damage on someone for that turn. Oh, this is another case where everyone wants to kill this guy. It's 23, I think one of them should be fine. Oh, by the way, is there any number that I can estimate for the amount of damage that characters are going to deal? Because I see a 57 out of 210, I think that might be it, but I'm not 100% sure. This one has to go, and we're on dominating. Roomba we do not need to touch. And this staggered one might as well just take a little bit of damage.
정화
Upper is minimum, lower is max. Okay, thank you.
피가 튀고
Because that's gonna help both with kills as well as attempted staggers. Then of course it depends on the coin flips, but still.
지금으로 참여하라.
이제야 완성되었나?
Mission accomplished.
경외라 혹은 괄목하든가 평범과 비범은
Okay, we
이렇게
are
큰 차이를 보이지.
almost 2/3 done in 3 hours. We should be,
날개 따위에 안주할 내가 아니다.
fingers crossed, we should be able to clear in time. Just be sane. Well, with Sinclair in team, I'm not sure how sane they're going to be. Because if I remember correctly, this guy wants to go insane.
불길 속으로.
Not to mention, I've seen Ismail go insane with the butterfly ego. That's ugly. That's real ugly. She starts dealing AoE damage to her own team. Very high AoE damage too.
이 결투.
There we go. Full combo. Oh, and yeah, the Nether Sea Spewers actually appear as well. Wait. No, they can't. No, there's absolutely no way. The final boss.
정화.
The final boss of these two Tilfranavi. There's absolutely no way they brought that back, did they? That had like 3 different phases, it kept spawning stuff across the entire map. Surely, it's not gonna be that bad. Yeah, corroding is a pain for everyone. We'll see how bad things get. Again, if it only takes one attack from one enemy, from one character, one ally, every 3-4 turns in order to clear it, it's not that bad. It may not be that bad. Especially if you get to stagger the enemies too, so you don't even take counter damage. Everything's still clear.
불길 속으로. 좋아. 이제야 완성되었나?
그 시선 경멸스럽군.
이 결투.
Also, I'm sorry about being a bit quiet, but I wasn't expecting to read this much. I need to rest my boss a little bit while I can. I need to interrupt this one, but with whom? Because yeah, there's 2 staggered, so we're not going to be taking that much damage. Oh wait, I can just use Rio. That's better.
정화.
비뚤어졌구려.
You need to interrupt the Reaper while he sleeps. It's a counter. He retaliates only if it... Oh, I didn't even see it was a counter. So they kept that mechanic from Arknights too. But now that he's awake, he has to go. Now that he's awake, he absolutely has to go. We don't have the thing on the ground yet. Yeah, that's the ready state. Okay, so there's one dominating. There's two. Blue ones, I guess we can toss in here, even though 35 HP on the Sea Raider. Now it has to be steel too. This one can potentially go.
조여목구를 달궈볼까?
무불아위.
지금으로 참여하라. 당신을 인도해
I love this AoE so much. I need more. I absolutely need more. Okay, now there's the second one, and I'm going to leave this one asleep. This one is staggered, which is great. This is almost dead. Okay, let's try and get rid of this one first. She does very little damage. She can go take out this 8 right here. Rest seems to be all on dominating, which is great. And yeah, we're just missing one, so we go back on this one.
정화.
그 오물을
깨어라.
So I guess this is a stupid question, but they wake up from any damage, right? AoE damage as well. They don't need to be just targeted. Yep, awake from the AoE. Or maybe it was just one turn preparation. We'll check on it later. For now, only one stagger. We can go in rate.
점 찍었네.
알겠어.
Probably need to stop and read how many turns they're going to stay asleep.
당신을 인도해주진 못해도 따뜻하게 안아줄 수는 있어요.
But for now, burn, baby, burn.
벗어날 수 있다고 생각했나?
다 죽어라.
Pretty sure it's sleep until damaged. That might be a thing, but again, I want to be sure. Okay, both on him. He didn't load up the yellow skill.
점 찍었네.
I think that's the one big problem I have currently with this team. Because that guy is the only one I'm bringing with a single yellow skill. So even if I have to load up Rhodion's heal, it takes way too long. Oh, it buffs their defense too.
본인의 승리일세.
Okay, anything gets staggered next turn we clear.
죽음으로 참여하라.
Oh, maybe we don't even need to. Who deals the least amount of damage? Has to be you. Yeah.
순식간에 끝내죠. 경외감 속에 숨어게.
Oh, oh. Again, the sound design. So good.
당신을 인도해주진 못해도 따뜻하게 안아줄 수는 있어요.
I would recommend a sinking team for the next battle if you have it. I'm afraid the only sinking unit I have is the Hunter, Hutcliffe. I don't remember the name. But we can go over the team for a second after the next story session. Again, I haven't really been playing for long. I've got like 70 hours into the game. Yeah, Wild Hunt. But I know he's strong, but he's also the only one I have with proper syncing. Because that's the that's the entire collection. I think there are one or two egos I could potentially use as replacements, but it's not that many and they don't really stack well with what I've been doing so far. Even if what I've been doing so far is basically a mishmash between bleed and burn. Ooh, no enemy info either.
파우스트가 나설 만한 곳이어야 할 겁니다.
Because I've picked the game up the first time somewhere near chapter, season 1 or season 2. But then I kind of gave it up and I've only picked it back up now for the collab. There were more sea terrors than we expected near the lighthouse, but thanks to Irene's lamp, the light of which paralyzed the nervous system, paired with the rather narrow passageways, we were able to handle them without much trouble. Also, as the control room was, unlike the exterior wall, mostly undamaged. Faust shared the good news that the repairs most likely won't take long. Yisang was right, fortunately the inside is barely damaged. How are you progressing, Miss Faust? It's almost complete, we best prepare to leave. Something tells me leaving won't be that easy. A tremor shakes the building with a loud boom, the debris begin falling from the ceiling. The lighthouse precarious floor suddenly collapses from the shock. The floor is given away. What's going on out there? Something rammed against the eye of Iberia. I see odd shattering through the ocean surface, the sheer explosive force turning water into mist. And it's charging at us once again. As Yangtze noted, I saw the shadow of a dark figure through the ruptured outer wall of the lighthouse, charging ferociously at the ruined structure. Is that the Sea Knight? The figure looked a lot like one of those knights of the city's western region Don Quixote would talk at length about. The lighthouse might crumble at this rate. Then we have no choice, we have to stop whatever's out there. Faust, stay here, the rest of us will descend the lighthouse and... The lighthouse is almost fully functional, it will only take some finishing touches to have its light shine again. Which I can handle, so I'll stay behind. Seems entirely unnecessary to leave the rest to you. I would much rather leave it to Faust, who is an expert. I've read about that Seaborn before. The fables and legends say that he is the last knight, and if those stories have any grain of truth in them, you're going to need all hands on deck to even have a chance at stalling it. You better prepare for a few days of interrogation once I bring you to the Inquisition. Your decision, Executive Manager. All hands on deck. Leave the lighthouse to Mayors. We have to put a stop to that knight somehow. God, bro is such a freaking badass. Waves crest high and violently behind the spear-wielding knight. We have to protect the already precarious lighthouse against the knight. The knight begins to charge at us, his steed splitting the very sea, and I instinctively know that this isn't going to be easy. Proper boss fight. Alone, standing there. One day, wet grains he planted did not sprout. One day, he stopped feeling the scent of life between his breaths. Thus, he rides against the currents, hunting after waves. He seeks the waves, reproaches them, and eventually brings about their destruction. Faint memories have blinked through Amia's fathoms, flashing briefly before my eyes. And the Seaborn Knights wield his great lance against surfaced sea terrors. He shudders as though with repulsiveness, but he does not stop. You obstruct progress and cover the lands. That is impermissible. That is the land. The Knight and the Sea Terrors don't necessarily seem to be on the same side. Perhaps diplomacy may be a viable solution here? Till this day, this is one of the bosses I dread to fight even in Arknights. Dude, I love that they give him to you as an ally in some of the roguelite maps. Overcome the bellowing roar and try to talk to the knight. The knight is just an enemy, nothing more. Ah, that's why Gloom and Pride. Okay, we still have Don Quixote. Again, Speed Knight to Speed Knight. I'm sure they can understand each other. Check past. Warp Train is gonna be so good. That's supposed to be the next patch, isn't it? We are not the sea. We are not its waves. The knight's great lance falters with doubt. Waves are the only thing that hold any meaning to him. Okay, 3 offense level down.
해결됐잖아?
Wait, we still have to fight him? Offense level 3, minus 3 for this turn. Offense level, we don't know. Defense level, we don't know. How bad is this going to be?
정화.
Nah, this sprite with the art style, this is amazing. I really regret not playing this before. Quixote to Quixote communication, and they probably share the same amount of brain cells too. Clash with his guard, it helps, and reading is heavily advised for this one. Oh, I see just now an entire turn and we barely breach the surface. Okay, what does this half mind state do? All resistances change to normal. That's the only debuffs that he has. Gaze is from Ryo. Ace for this turn. Offense level +7 for this turn. Keep him low sanity. That would probably be great advice if I had any idea how to do that. Also, we are freezing somehow. Lose 1 speed for every cold stack. If he has 3 cold stacks, 20 gloom damage, 20 SP. Oh god, 20 SP damage. 1 froze this turn and the next turn. He can stop me for 2 turns? Jesus! Cold stack expires after all the events are activated. If they did not attack, it expires. Okay, I'm going to have to manage these stacks so that no one reaches 3. Classy Sea Knight, he runs only on madness and hate for the sea. Alright, what can we do here? This is just Clash Power +1 for every 2 enemies with cold. It is 5 attacks total with 1 that gives him haste. Clash Lose, heal 15 SP. Oh no, Clash Win heals 15 SP. Clash Lose loses 10 SP. So that's how I keep him low sanity, I guess. Clash Power +1 for every 2 enemies with cold. Same skill. Base power +1 for every 2 enemies with cold, max 2. Okay, need to counter these and leave someone behind to defend with low stacks. Struggling on anything but that. Okay, she's on dominating. Okay, that's for the SP. Unopposed. We go with the unopposed. Oh god. I'm struggling a little. Okay, it's the 2 blue attacks. Need to counter the 2 blue attacks. But if I do this, I leave no one to get his stacks back. So someone has to take damage, because I'm sure as hell not going to stagger him this turn. I need like 200 more damage to stagger this guy. That's not happening in a single turn. Sanity and passive, read it. He loses sanity when he loses clashes, in particular with his guard. Oh yeah, I've seen this one, but I'm only sending 1 unit. Oh, I'm not even sending 1 unit there. I thought I set up 1. Low morale, all resistances changes to normal. Panic, double the amount of burn, bleed and tremor. Hey, that's neat. Increases after winning a clash based on the clash count. 5 plus 20% plus count after 1. Decreases after a clash. But yeah, as long as we go on with the higher values, or at least the favored attacks, we should be winning all the possible clashes. It's just that I don't want to hit him this much. Okay, no, it needs 3 stacks. So maybe, just maybe, I can try and counter everything on the first turn. Then leave someone behind on 2. But no, that freezes some of my guys. dominating. That's dominating. Who are you attacking with this one? Rio. Let's see if you can block with Rio. Are you attacking with this one? Sinclair. Let's see if you can block with Sinclair. This should not count as attacks. This should lower my freezing stacks. Correct? While we go unopposed and unopposed on these last two. Oh, we're missing Rodion on the last one.
불길 속으로.
꿰어라. 마무리.
That's a nasty AoE, and he's not done yet. Okay, we're getting there with damage though, so unless somebody gets frozen, we should be able to stagger him this turn. Praying that this actually works. Please stagger. Oh wait, no, someone moves at 2. Someone might take damage.
순식간에 끝내죠.
그 오물을 떼어내주지.
Okay, no, he's staggered. We leave this one. Pretty sure its passive say that cold is gained when clashing with his skills specifically, but don't count on me, read them yourself. We'll check after this one, even though if he's staggered here, one more turn and he should die. He's also going to get the double bleed, double burn, double tremor and whatever. So his regional boss mechanic, nice. Oh dude, they basically kept everything from Arknights and the event. The Sinner's relentless assault upon the Knight begins to slow. Though we don't have anything in common with the Knight, Cold loneliness rides his bellow, insidious under the faint light. Are we waves or rocks in his eyes? The sea wets our hands, giving us no time to answer the question. Someone has to stand their ground next to the petrified sinners. We have to charge at the Knight. Do I get to come back on this choice? He won't die, as I said, reading is important. Please, please, please. Oh god, check failed. Loneliness could not be shared. 30 HP?
그렇게 싫어하진 않는다. 나를 경멸하는 시선.
Oh. I was not expecting all these freezes. This is bad. Unclashable plus 5% damage for every enemy with cold, and inflicts a lot of sinking. Well, not much to do here. On the speed too. I don't even mind losing this fight, he looks way too cool. Honestly deserves to win. The Knight rides upon the violently winning steed, lance raised skyward. The Knight races across the sea, splitting its waves. We won't succeed at this rate. Stall him, please, even for a second. Erin directs her hand cannon towards the Knight. Her aim and wheel undulates on the same frequency with the waves. We need but a moment to recover, topple the waves, go for his legs, not his lance. Stop the Knight's charge. Oh god, we are not stopping the Knight's charge. Don Quixote, please. 10. Oh god, she made it. The Inquisitor quickly capitalizes on this momentary opening. The blinding spark flies from her hand cannon, and the Knight is thrown off his steed. Slay the Ocean skill becomes clashable.
해결됐지 않나?
Dense shadow pulls under the lone knight. Susurrus of teeming flesh sliding against flesh can be heard from beneath. Are they gathered to defeat the knight? They must have first gathered here, believing him to be one of them, until they came to a realization that the knight is a traitor to the greater will. The knight leaps off from the surface, but the sea rises violently in response to drag him back down. The wave crests high, gnawing upon the knight, clashing him back down to the water surface, but he leaps on once again. The crest waves as his stepping stones. He belongs not to the sea. Bro is aura farming like hell. He stands tall against the great will, his head held high in eternal defiance. The unremitted knight rides across the watery mountains and charges at us. Eight to 16, 6 to 12. Damn it! Senior Yisang jumps in Knight's path and pays the price dearly. The Knight rides against the waves and reaches land, the land home. The grains that never sprouted. His path is twinkling, no, unfathomably tall. In his path, there remains but a legend of a bygone era. He will never be bound, no matter how many times the waves would crash onto him. Apply one cold.
낙제점인가?
Paid the price dearly, but it's just one cold. Hold on, we might be able to come back still. We only have one unit that's immobile, we only have one unit with one cold stack, we might be able to come back still. The classic C-Knight experience, either you play around the cold or you're stun locked until you lose. I was doing him on hard from the get-go. Oh god, that sounds like hell. He's a fully transformed Seaborn, he just hates the sea too much to not fight against it. Also, hold on. We got Tide Piercer Lance, we got Tide Breaker Lance, Tide Hunt, Slay the Ocean, and the Indomitable Knight. All of these skills have something to do with hunting down the ocean. I guess he does have one life on... Yes, 2 on hard mode. Clash power. Final power +1 for every cold on target. On hit, +2 sync. This one, sync and extra sync. If the main target has cold, +1 attack weight. Final power +1 for every cold on the target. Flash lose, -50% damage, and damage dealt by the skill cannot stagger the enemy. This one has a double exclamation mark near it. Prioritize the target with frozen. Can only clash the skill regardless of speed. When attacking targets with frozen, +2 attack weight. 1 power +1 for every 2 enemies with cold. But again, sync, offensive level up for himself, and if kill, heals 20 SP on the frozen target. Lastly, +5% damage for enemies with cold, inflicts sync, offense up. On hit, inflicts 10 bonus gloom damage, 10 +1 per cold, so up to 13. If the target is frozen, heals 20 SP. Priority on frozen. On hit without cracking. 10 +1 cold. He doesn't seem to apply cold when you clash with him. +2 haste. Or at least that's the skills. He gets extra clash power if you have cold. When hit, 1 cold against the attacker once per skill. That's how he inflicts it. 8 protection. When they take damage, it brings their HP to 0, nullify that damage. Then the unit is healed back to 100% and gains a new pattern once per encounter. So yeah, he has a phase 2 in normal mode as well. When Fate's Fairy Child triggers, activates the following: Bind, inflict 1 cold against the target once per skill, and extra damage against enemies with Frozen. 6 enemies with cold plus 2 clash up. Dude, this is a bit much. Okay, so this one we have to absolutely stop at any cost. It's all 1 speed at least. Dominating and favored, we go on dominating. Go on dominating. Still struggling. And hopeless. Okay, go on the defense. Alright, stagger. He cannot be staggered anymore. He cannot be staggered anymore. We need to deal 300 damage to this guy. And these are all on neutral. That's my favorite. And that's also struggling.
순식간에 끝내죠.
It wasn't that hard on hard with Province Singing Team. On hard he has Fate Favorite Child, which heals him to full when he hits 0. So you have to fight him through again without stagger. And I think that's the second phase. Again, maybe it was nerfed for normal, but wouldn't really know about that. Steel. 78 HP left. 34 HP left. And he's gone. A Bible of skills. He's probably going to be way worse in hard mode. I'm out of rounds, and the lamp is almost out too. We're holding him back for now, but we won't last much longer. No BS, I can last. The lighthouse, not so much. Also, love the little touches. One small fight against the knight and everyone is bloodied and bruised. What difference does that make? Sinners were reading from the battle against this enemy, who is more like a force of nature than human. Without giving us much time to breathe, the knight fixes the spear and begins charging at us again. It didn't take very long for the severity of the situation to dawn as I quickly began to whack my head with a desperate wish. What can I do? What can I do here? That's when, through the mist, the black space begins to envelop my vision once again. Wait, this is just like... And from the dark, a light shines. I reach out towards it and see, unlike in the earlier phenomenon, which focused entirely and powerfully on Skadi, a single individual. What I saw this time was an unfamiliar place called Casimir. This place was filled to the brim with things that Don Quixote would lose her mind over, like knights and their countless fans, an arena in which to test one's mettle. But the one in Amiya's thoughts sits far from all that glory, in a very mundane-looking office. He wears a well-kept set of clothing, while his eyes are, without its slight squint, focused on reading the newspaper. The man looked more like an office worker than a knight, but the most radiant part of that scene was a banner hanging on the wall, and a sword. Don Quixote was the first sinner who came to mind. Can she, our ardent admirer of knights and pursuer of glory, spin that energy of this sword as her own? Wait, no, he's different. He's... I need someone who doesn't pursue glory, someone who can handle their own tarnished glory. The sinner who can detachedly wield the entirety of their bygone honor is... Yes, there's just one. I'll trust you, Gregor. Use this ego to hew into the knight's charge. Split the waves. Let's go with Mlinar.
이 명예는 이 영광은 빛바래지 않은
Oh, dude. Talk about overkill. The incandescent golden blades of light surge forth, cleaving through the darkness of the sea. The knight withstands and parries each of those lights away, but he comes to a stop when the last of the golden radiance cuts across the sea. It looks in our direction, as if to admire it. And finally, the lighthouse makes a low, resonant creaking noise before firing a bright light towards the ocean horizon. Mayer has completed the repairs. Oh, the light has returned to its house once more. Silence all. Mayer is saying something. Like what is said, Mayer was peeking out of the window and shouting something at us. Vessel Massas is still near the shores, somewhere in the coastal sea. It is moored somewhere by the beach, somewhere quite a bit of distance away from the village coast. Confirmed, I'll radio Dr. Calcid immediately. That was all well and good, but what about that monster? What if it charges at the lighthouse and destroys it? I heard it talk during our battle. I don't think that creature is capable of actually communicating with them. This will be a problem. Don Quixote? Wait, don't get too close. It's too dangerous. But before we could stop her, Don Quixote had already approached as close as she could to the seaborn, her eyes twinkling. She's about to get herself killed. She takes a brief moment to admire the knight and his steed, before asking in an energetic tone, "O mighty knight, what is the name of thy noble steed?" Rocinante. Wait, she can communicate with him? Oh, this is quite the coincidence then. My noble steed is also named Rocinante. One who is not a comrade, they are a steed, you say? Forsooth, a steed most fine indeed. It hath served me well over countless adventures of mine, despite its appearance. Yet I must inquire thee, noble knight, wherefore dost thou strike this lighthouse so? Ishar, Mla. It was not the waves are darker, more raucous. Perchance that was a tad inconvenient misunderstanding there. Good night, I and mine compatriots are now embarking upon an adventure most important, yet with thy obstruction we are unable to do so. Prithee, wilt thou return to whence thou came? Don Quixote regarded the knight with a stance that was at once courteous and brave, and the knight and his steed Rocinante stared wordlessly back at Don Quixote. I wasn't sure if she managed to get through to the knight or if the knight had just lost interest, but they both departed the lighthouse, looking out to the far distance. So they really exist. Seaborn who hope for something other than just survival. Such powerful seaborns lurk at sea. Are you alright, donkey? You should be thankful that is something yielded a positive outcome. When are you going to fix that that habit of rushing forward without thinking it through? Mine apologies. And it's honestly a miracle that this somehow worked. While Don Quixote returned the night with that bizarre conversation, Amiya raised her voice happily as though she had just received good news. What? Dr. Calcit? Is that true? The doctor managed to infiltrate the vessel massas. They've already done clean up the decks and are now waiting for the rest of us to arrive. But it's been hardly 10 minutes since the lighthouse came on. The doctor is an excellent strategist, and based on what Calcit told us, I think they had already some plans in motion before we activated the lighthouse. Great, let's return to Skadi and join them. We returned to the raft and explained what just transpired. Skadi listened to us quietly before replying in the exact same manner as she did before. Someone is going to have to stay behind. I'll stay. Go find the vessel massas. You're going to refuse again if we offer help, aren't you? Then I'll see you after we retrieve the vessel massas. I'll let the doctor know what happened here. They're going to be a little hard-pressed to top the night now.
마에스트로님이 어떤 평가를
Because that was
내려주실지
one hell of a cool boss fight.
가지 않는구려.
Oh god, something new still in the next one.
불로 정화하고 깨끗한 세계를 세우라.
This is the Doctor, and it took us 2/3 of the event to finally come into the script. Researcher at Rhodes Island. When I, after everything we went through, finally had the chance to meet the Doctor of Rhodes Island, I realized that I had been building a vastly different image of them in my mind based on the name alone. I was thinking they were going to be someone like Yiseng, Faust, or Onheim from LCE. But the first impression of them was similar to what I felt when I met a K-Corp employee. The clock just ticked. And this is Dante, a manager at Limbus Corp. That ticking just now was nice to meet you. Okay. Thanks for accompanying Amiya. Honestly, I was pretty worried when we were separated at the border. I should thank you and Amiya actually. We would have been in a real pickle without her, so... It's a bit embarrassing to repeat that myself. One fight, one talk, one dungeon node, all that remains, yet the clock till upgrade ticks. Hopefully we won't have to restart the last boss multiple times, we'll see. Dante says that we've been in a real pickle without Miss Amiya. Manager Bud can't talk human, so don't worry about it, we'll take over the translation. Okay, this is just recapping what happened so far. Let us move to the next step of the plan. Thanks to Limbus Company's effort, we obtained the exact coordinates of the vessel massas and managed to capture the decks with ease. However, Fabius, who is suspected to be a bishop of the deep, and his followers have barricaded themselves inside the breach control room. While it may seem as though they're hiding, I believe they're trying to bait us. Fabius is a seaborn, and the ocean will answer to the call of their kind. Limbus and Erin will head to the bridge and neutralize Fabius. Amiya and I will accompany you to provide support and identify the situation within the bridge. In the meantime, Calcit and the other operators will remain on standby on the ship's exterior at the pre-designated locations. I would like to avoid getting surrounded by the Sea Terrors before we manage to take down the Church of the Deep within the bridge. It's true that there are many entry points here, but we don't need forces guarding every single one of them, especially here. The hallway is narrow, long and straight, so a perfect kill corridor. I saw you commanded the Sinners earlier. You seem pretty adept at giving orders and making strategic decisions. Indeed, they seem quite adept at making on-the-spot strategic commands and identifying exploitable weaknesses and patterns in their enemies. However, the Doctor and the Outsider are operating on fundamentally different levels. No further elaboration is necessary. Is she clowning on Dante a little bit? Agreed, that particular aspect of strategizing is not one of the manager Dante's obligation, and even if there's a chance for them to engage in such elements, it may be too early to do so. What are they on about? I was about to ask myself. I don't know, I have no idea. Having finished her discussion with the Doctor over the plan, Otis returns wearing a grim look. There wasn't anything wrong with the plan. I expected a certain degree of competency, but they were impressive, far beyond my expectations. Really? That good? Even when I think back to my days in the line of duty, I can't think of too many like them. Okay, Mayor stays here. The Doctor is going to update you in real time on where the safe zones are, so please keep that communicator close to you. If there's something you want to tell your Grams, contact us through the communicator at any time. We're going to find a way to resolve this as peacefully as we can, but if the negotiations break down... Yeah, I know what you mean. Be safe. The bridge was gaudily decorated as ever. Fabius, flanked by hoods, followers and sea terrors, greeted us with a kindly smile. I truly did appreciate thy kindness. Wherefore didst thou seek to harm us? Your suspicions are certainly justified, but I implore you to think back. If you truly believed that we had sought to harm you then, how would you explain that one peaceful night you had spent in Faro Wersto? I have never wished any of you harm. We did not then, and we do not now. Our wish has always been the same. We only wish to extend the freedom to roam the seas to those with capable, kind-hearted souls. Mate, we know you were just trying to turn us into sea monsters of some kind. That's the freedom. That's the freedom that they promise. Monster is only a name. The essence of its being changes not regardless of the label given to it. Become one with the sea. Become one with the endless cycle of life. And one day, your misunderstandings will end, and you will come to understand us. Looks like the fight between us is going to be unavoidable. I pulled out the identity cards the moment I saw Fabius raising his hands. The Doctor seemed to have finished their preparations as well, as they and Amia stood opposite to Fabius. Their strategic formation prioritized reducing sacrifices to the absolute minimum. Their commands sought to protect, sought to defend, and their forces were quickly to follow them. Rhodes Island operation was certainly impressive, but that's not exactly our style. All I can do is put my faith in the sinners and push them onward. Our style is... trust me to bring you back, no matter how many times they cut you down. Let's wipe them out. Well, there's one little difference. Doctor can't really bring people back to life, so he has to be more careful. Cal doesn't want to admit it, but she's proud of her creator. Yeah, Cal is a little bit of a tsundere. I think mostly she's mad that the Doctor might have forgotten her. Doctor is controlling the battlefield, Dante is controlling the fight itself. Yeah, that's a nice way to put it. Especially since Doctor doesn't really have any other operator with him. It's just him, Amia, Calcit. And Calcit, defenders to the right, is not around us.
점 찍었네.
Now, the preview for the fight said there's an enemy in here that we haven't seen before. But I guess there's going to be a boss that spawns later on. Or a mini boss that spawns later on. Ow, this deal AoE damage? That's a little bit bad. Still, no staggers, no madness. No one is targeting the Sea Reaper, and the Sea Reaper is being asleep for the second turn, which is nice. Let's go. Other operators are there, you'll see them in the ending cutscene, they just don't have story presence. Ah, that's too bad. Especially since for being in the ending cutscene, like, maybe they have the art drawn for them. So, just like Irene, they could have had an appearance. They're not doing any voice acting, so one line, 2 lines might have not been all that bad.
조여목구를 달고 볼까? 이 결투! 그 시선 경멸스럽군.
좋아.
약해 빠져서는
Oh god. Not only staggered with 20 plus stacks of nervous impairment. I'm afraid she's gonna blow. And no, we cannot do this, we have to take this one down first. There's a neutral. Everyone else is staggered with a single exception. 39 HP. No, this is 18 on max. Back. Maybe, hopefully.
나선 속을 벗어날 순 없다. 깨어라.
이제야 완성되었나?
Might have overloaded the big guy a bit, but as long as it's gone, it's not that bad a deal.
순식간에 끝내죠.
좋아.
당신을 인도해주진 못.
Sadly, she came in a little bit late, so the AoE is not gonna AoE that much.
죽음으로 참여하라.
불길 속으로. 그 오물을 떼어내주지. 다 죽어라.
Pains me to see so many damage go to waste from the win rate over focusing and you not looking at the enemy staggered thresholds. I'm sorry about that. Is this the... Oh yeah, the Nether Sea brand is up, but it's only on them. And that's the boss spawning again. We should not be all that badly off, with one exception. Rodion is not having a great time. Alright, the clear is on the action turn as well, right? So if I quote-unquote waste his attack here, he should remove the Nether Sea brand from all the enemies before everyone else gets the chance to attack. Okay, they're all dominating. Okay, perfect. So we try and take out the defenses, or take out their little buff before they can actually deal any damage. Starts the combat with 50 shields. If the unit has any remaining shield to attack power. Okay, but he's not gonna counter, so we should be kind of fine like this.
나선 속을 벗어날 순 없.
비뚤어졌구려.
Okay, now we need to be a little bit more careful, because only one of them is staggered. You might be a problem. Seeing and nervous. Seeing and haste. But again, as long as I block this, it shouldn't be that big a deal. We're done. There's only 8. As long as we kill these ones, we are left with just the boss. So you get your ego up. That should be enough to stagger. Yeah, only one is not going to be enough to stagger. But we should be able to hit this guy twice for it. That is still on dominating. And then we pray for the AoE.
나선 속을 벗어날 순 없. 이 결투.
Why don't you use the manager Don? Was the manager Don the one with the lead? Again, I'm not really sure how to properly build the team. I'm just trying to balance bleeds and burns. This way I have 3 characters with burn and the other 4 with bleed plus some extra debuff. I could go a bit heavier on bleed, but then my only burn units would be Ismael and Sinclair. And I'm not sure how good that's going to be for the overall damage outcome. Okay, Bro cannot be stopped from here. Manager Dom is the bleed one of the best bleed units, honestly. Okay, might want to try her out for the future. Swap her back in. Okay, this one should get staggered with just one hit. I guess we can keep on pushing for extra damage.
순식간에 끝내죠.
Always best to focus on one status unless you have a specific team that benefits from both, and the units that are rare. Yeah, that's the one piece of advice that I've actually received, it's just that I don't have the units to do so. Because the higher one status gets, the better the damage.
따뜻하게 안아줄 수는 있어요.
But at the same time, if I had to pick one status, I would probably just pick Burn exclusively because Ismail is in it.
그 오물을 떼어내주지.
Okay, only one stagger. This guy should fall. Not a fan of the hopeless on the boss. Almost everyone is on max sanity already, don't need the heal from Faust. Okay, there's our dominating one. Favorite on the second, we should be fine on the boss. Not sure if this is overstacked, but we'll see.
점 찍었네.
죽음으로 참여하라.
Meta burn team requires at least 2 Arc Plagueis units, which is not ideal. Best bleed team is Blood Fiends with some support. Last caster team Assault, who is about to come out. Our Plagueis units are like time limited though, aren't they? Yeah, that's a little bit sad. But we'll see. Again, sadly it's all up to the gacha. Okay, we have dominated on this second. 3-3 plus bleed, hopefully she can take that one down. Ego whenever we can. And the last 2 for the doggos.
나 선 속을 벗어날 순 없어.
Okay, one down.
당신을 인도해주진 못해도 따뜻하게 안아줄 수는 있어요.
이렇게 빠져서는 열릴까?
Oh god, I think two of my units exploded.
이상적.
Okay, no, they didn't explode, they're just staggered. I don't really want to waste red tech on the clear though. Oh no, they died. Now we've actually got two characters from the back line brought up front. Plus one for every sinking, double haste. And I'm afraid it's all on hopeless. Okay, there's our dominating. Double shield we don't care too much about, but we have to do something for the little doggos. 3 is a bit too slow though. Anything we can do with this?
순식간에 끝내죠.
Hopefully this is only going to be one bad turn.
정치 벗어날 수 없다.
환상의 세계로 들어가 보죠.
Okay, everyone is back up. Not to mention, I still have to properly memorize what counters what. Because how is everything hopeless against one blue skill? You know what? Yeah, you go. Doggo should be fine with just one, and everything else either on the priest or this is only 42 damage. $56, hopefully you can kill this one. And we need something for that third. Oh, he keeps summoning them.
정화.
배가 봤습니다.
Looks like he's pretty close to the stagger as well. Hopefully we can push him there.
이 수많은 소원들 중 그대가 이루고 싶은 소원은 무엇인가?
Because doggos by themselves should not be that big of a problem.
내가 찾은 나만의 항해 방식.
되는 건 즐겁네요.
Oh, not even that. The doggos just explode. Where's Grandpa? There's Grandpa.
순식간에 끝내죠.
Please tell me that's enough.
피가 튀기.
Because I think we have only half an hour until the version ends. Okay, there we go. Goodbye, Grandpa.
Mission accomplished.
They're pretty persistent. Fabius flees again, using the Sea Terrors and his followers as meat shields. It's not Fabius who's putting them in our way to defend himself. The Sea Terror and the cultists are throwing themselves in our way, entirely willing to sacrifice their lives to ensure that Fabius gets away. But running will only make the pain worse. That's different. Fabi didn't run to live. A voice echoes from under the dark sky. Mayors? Mayors appearing quite different from how she did just a moment ago. She approaches Fabius slowly, her expression solemn and mournful. She looks down at him, wordlessly. I told you that your methods won't win their understanding, Fabi. What a shame. I thought those with such wisdom and aptitude would. I hope you will still be able to realize your ideal here, even after I've left. It will be realized. Fabius may die here, but we will remain. Now it's time. Devour me. Oh god. She's basically the High Priestess. The same type that the main antagonist in Stultil Franavis was. What Fabius blurted out threw us off again, even before we regained our footing from the shock of realizing Mayer's true allegiance. Eat? People? Looks like they're about to give us a live demonstration of some gourmet art. I hear it's pretty common in District 23 backstates, but I'd rather not see it in person. I think I'm just going to look away. That's okay, right? Doctor, weaker seaborns willingly let themselves be devoured by the stronger ones, thereby sharing their experiences and nutrients with them. This is a commonly accepted practice among them. It is but a behavior that prioritizes survival over everything else. It isn't done in any sense of sacrifice. Sorry, Fabi. I've still got some canned food left for me on this ship, and I think I will delay becoming a seaborn for a little while. I've found a new destination. I'll gain new powers from there, and then become seaborn, so now is just not the time. If that is your will, O Bishop. Don't worry, your flesh will fatten the bloodkin of sea. Ow, my ears. Mayors waves her hand, and sea terrors climb up to the vessel from the ship and begin tearing Fabius to pieces. Despite the way it looked, Fabius looked exhilarated, nary a look of suffering or pain wrinkling his face as they ripped his flesh apart. We turned away from this scene that could not be described as anything else other than cannibalism to look at Mayors. Alcide, is she... Don't need to ask questions when the answer lies plainly before you, Doctor. What's happening? Wherefore the young Mayors? It wasn't Fabius. Mayors was the Bishop of the Deep.
경외라.
And that bishop we're going to have to take down next. Likely. Also, no, you still have time? Oh, it's 2 hours. Okay, yeah, we still have a little bit of time, thankfully. I've read L'étranger, or the Russian translation at least, and my god, Mersol remarked, it's coming, hits hard. Did I forget to change character? Oh no, I think this is just story. They've played us. Don't despair, we still have the upper end. We defeated Fabius and his cultists already, and if they were to summon more Sea Terrors, we should be able to handle them without much trouble. Hey, Aegir, just what were you thinking the entire time as you deceived us? I had a feeling I knew what she was going to say to that. She was either going to say that it was for our sake, or that it wasn't a deception at all. Or maybe she'll give us one final gloating. But her reply, the words of which were carefully selected after gazing out far the ocean, was not what any of us could have expected. I'm sorry. I thought this would be the better way to approach you, but I see how it can come across as nothing more than deception. You're sorry? Why? Dante wants to know why. Well, that's because I did something wrong. Wait, hold on. Since when do the Seaborn have a conscience? You've been deceiving us all along, Mayors, and now you're gonna... what exactly are you after? You're after the same thing that the Geezer was, isn't that right? Turned us into your bloodkins, that it was all for our sake, giving all kind of ridiculous excuses to turn us into those monsters. I do hope that you would all one day accept becoming Seaborns, but I'm not about to demand that you let yourself be transformed today, right here and now. I understand that we will need some time to mentally prepare ourselves. May I understand your statement to be implying that you will not be forcing this upon us, should we refuse? That's correct. It would be against manners to do what Fabius did, shoving Sea Terror cells inside your body out of nowhere. Manners, huh? While I was taken aback by the fact that Mayors was a bishop of the deep, it was also true that Mayors had never tried to bring us harm, unlike Fabius, who attacked the sinners directly. While she did almost get us in big trouble with Irene while explaining things to us, it's also true that Mayors had been extremely helpful so far. It was her who led us into the lighthouse, and it was her who stayed in the crumbling lighthouse until the repair were done, as that terrifying night continued to assail its walls. What was your actual relationship to Fabius anyway? Just someone who also once strove to realize the vision of our ideal worlds. Our goal once converged, but not now. I was pretty taken aback too when they attacked you back at the village. Maybe he got greedy when he saw Faust and Utis repairing the ship. He got greedy? Fabius believed that welcoming capable people as Bloodkin would expedite the Seaborn's evolution. Cool. So you're like some cult leader, but you don't necessarily want to antagonize us. You still haven't told us what you're after though. I'm going to the city that lies beyond the dimensional And if someone this dangerous gets there... Oh boy. So you're trying to flee to a different world where the Inquisition won't be able to chase you? This isn't running away. I just want to help the people of the city. That's all. So I'm bringing the Seaborn with me to the city. Don't tell me you're going to invade the city alongside these monsters then. Then the foghorn suddenly blared, and the ship shook as it began to move. Vessel Massas has begun to move. Is this an automatic sailing program? Vessel Massas will now sail towards the dimensional door. I'll let Rhode Island and Irene go right in front of the door, so don't worry. Did you seriously just tell us not to worry? Irene is about to pop a blood vessel. Faust? Please calm yourself, Dante. It has not yet been determined that it is indeed the dimensional door connected directly back to the city. No, it has to be. That is one way to make the world of Limbus even more fucked. Again, as far as I know, they like farm monsters off of either hell or other dimensions in order to get energy. And sometimes these monsters either affect people or start mutating them, which fucks up the world even further. But bringing a high priestess of the Seaborn over there, that's going to be a nasty infestation. The warm shining light and the voice from within, it's getting clearer and clearer. Why don't we just let them into the city? Battle thus far has done well enough to demonstrate the level of danger the Seaborn pose. However, I doubt they'll get very far even if they were to enter the city. Don't you agree? In Hongyuan, we've seen what happens when sapient, sentient, non-human entities enter the city. The head will take action the moment they realize their presence. Of course, we must prepare ourselves for the repercussions in case they decide to hold Limbus Company responsible once the dust settles. Yet, it's also very likely that we will fully escape any culpability, as we saw in the memories of the Kong massacre. Your thoughts, Faust? Urban nightmare. However, considering their specific attributes, it will not take long for them to rise and become the star of the city-level threat. There's a reasonable possibility that they may be issued with the Impuritas Civitatis classification. Is that not an acceptable risk? If not the head, they should be manageable by a wing. Isn't it this isn't that terrible of a calamity. But Calcite shook her head resolutely. No. Your technology seems to be based on something else, which is neither Originium Arts nor any of its derived technology, and that is precisely what could make your world vulnerable against Seaborn. Is it because they learn fast? Yes. Those on the front lines of the war against the Seaborn stubbornly stick to using traditional low-tech weapons. Deploying high-technology weapons against them is only going to make you an enticing meal. Then, can't we just let whichever unfortunate wing that ends up fighting these... They're just trying to dismiss the threat altogether. That's just Lobotomy Corp. That's abnormalities, that's complicated, but basically all those were humans. I will not elaborate. Intervallo 7.5 and the entirety of Lobotomy Corporation is there. I think I got that far. I think they should explain it even way before that. There should be like loading screens with info on them. The situation will rapidly grow out of control if backstreet syndicates or fixers get involved, unless the head designates a taboo to prevent it. Even then, considering what she had been saying, we must consider the possibility that they may be capable of absorbing the head's technology as well, before they are expelled from the city. One thing I haven't heard of until now, I guess, is the heads. Unless the heads are just the leaders and CEOs of the various corporations. But I know that the town is divided in many different sectors, there's multiple wings in there, and each one should be taking care of their own borders. But sometimes they hire a group of fixers, like these guys in the Lobotomy Corporation, to take care of monsters, demon, abnormalities, mutations, and whatever. How do you plan on helping the people in the city, Mayors? By giving them a chance to become Seaborns. What are you on about? Become Seaborns? She ain't all that either. What kind of help is that? Mayors, you know that's no different from what the Church of the Deep is doing here. No, it is different. Because someone showed the city with the light. Showered the city with the light. The beam of light from the White Nights and Dark Days incidents. How do you? Could it be becoming a Seaborn is becoming part of a greater world called We Many. By doing so, one can be reborn as an altruistic life form, but at the cost of ego, the sense of self. And that's always been my issues with it. Everyone has beliefs of their own, dreams of their own. It feels too empty to lose all of that when you inevitably lose their sense of self and they become Seaborn. Look, I want each Seaborn to have their own wishes. But the light shining through the dimensional door to our world is too faint to push them towards that evolution. If only the light of the city could become more tangible, it just might be able to give every Seaborn an identity of their own, to remain uniquely themselves. Then why is it what you advocate towards those in the city to join the Seaborn, when one could simply learn more of the Light for returning here? At first, I thought all I needed was the clue to a better evolution, but Don Quixote's tales of adventures had changed my mind. Mine adventures? You don't understand just how precarious you all are, and how would you? You were born into that kind of world from the very start. A place where life has become a commodity, and gold, one of its few religions. The city has abandoned its yesterdays to survive today, and by doing so has given up on its tomorrows. Just as I needed delight, the city needs Seaborn. I don't know if I'm buying what you're selling. This feels a bit excessive. It needs their tenacious hold to life and their absolute, unconditional selflessness. But at the end of the day, it still means that everyone has to turn into monsters. People ostracize the other. Something that isn't like me, something that feels alien to me, something I don't know or understand. So that fear is natural, because Seaborns are not human. But you just have to cross that threshold once. Miss Mayor, do you believe the neighbor of humanity to be evil? Humans are selfish, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. Good thing can come from selfishness, that's for sure. But the sides have become simply unsustainable. Side effects have become simply unsustainable. Doctor, you've been to countless battlefields where Rhode Island has fought tooth and nail for the right of the infected. But what came of it? Peace? No, it's the same. But still, we are all getting better, little by little. I'm not trying to deride those small incremental steps and call them meaningless. Changes take time, and should it continue, I believe your efforts can be a beacon of light that will lead humanity towards a brighter future. But what about everyone who is sacrificed while you're taking your time, taking those incremental steps? Every single day of that incremental change is marred by unjust deaths. Some are enslaved for no other reason than their differences. People live on in that despair that seems to have no end. I agree with what the light told me. People are diseased, they're so sick that even in that far-flung future, even on the day the world ends, they will continue to fail to look forward, obsessed with scrutinizing each other in search for those differences. Even when every Aegir returns to sea, they're still going to bully and hate anyone with pointed ears, labeling them as Aegir. Even when oripathy is truly eradicated, people are still going to suspect and persecute someone as the infected. People are imperfect beings. You're right. There probably isn't anyone out there who can really sacrifice themselves for the sake of others with nothing but perfect selflessness. But not when it comes to Seaborn. They don't suffer from all this absurdity, nor are they coerced to sacrifice against their will. They have the power to progress towards a better future built from mutual understanding, because they are the kind of life form that seeks common ground instead of scrutinizing the differences. The bells? A strange shape form shivers and materializes before Mayors. I couldn't quite tell what it was, but it was round and it looked like a tool. Is it possible that she had already met the condition to efflorescence? A possible explanation would be the absence of the particular pool required to draw it out of her, or the insufficiency of it. This isn't anything like the arts. What is happening in front of Miss Mayors? It's our proximity to the dimensional door increasing the potency of influence coming from the city? Oh wait, this thing about the bell sounds a little bit new. I probably haven't played through it yet. The connection to Faust returning to normal levels seems to indicate that. Can people in other worlds, I mean mayors, also manifest ego? Internal conflict and anguish is common among every intelligent entity, regardless of whether they are from the city or not. Therefore, yes, Faust is quite positive on this possibility as well. However, what does that mean? The potential to efflorescence and ego implies the potential to distort as well. You've been dreaming for a long time, mayors, drawing your own picture of an idealized world. And you have chosen the ocean as the means to build a path towards that vision. Yet, why have you failed to take the leap of faith yourself? I had to make preparations. Sea bones are beautiful, there's no doubt about it. It's just that a key piece was missing to really achieve what I want. You're not being honest with yourself. I know it very well that you were afraid of becoming one of them. You fear that your own creed might crumble, that you might lose your own sense of self, your ego. You fear that you might end up becoming nothing more than just another thing swept up by the ineffably overwhelming will. Oh god. Isn't it terrifying that this hope can just disappear in a blink? Who is she talking to? Is this something Limbus company has experience with? If so, I would appreciate an explanation. She's hearing that voice. When that singular faith had one absolute confidence in breaks in one fell swoop, and their ironclad will is shattered, people of the city have the potential to distort into a monstrous form at any time. It is said that these phenomena are often accompanied by the distorting individual hearing a disembodied voice. Indeed, those who distort would oft behave as though were engaged in a conversation. Of course, the same could be said for those who awaken ego. At first, I thought it was Kathy, but it wasn't her. The voice was beautiful, comforting, and even cozy. The kind of voice that pulls all deep contemplation to sleep, so calm, so warm. No, there is more to the sunshine than its warmth. You don't share your interest with other devotees. Survival isn't what you care about. What you really care about is giving everyone a chance to experience what it feels to live in a world of warmth. Ephemeral it may be. Right, we have to be about more than just prolonging our existences. What really matters isn't survival, it's what we leave behind for posterity, our legacy. As long as there's a guarantee that the light can indeed protect the sense of self, it'll be more than enough to convince people to become seaborn. Please, you don't have to concern yourself with what other people might think, mayors. But everyone has their own wishes. I can't just bulldoze over theirs to force mine upon them. But that's not what you really believe, is it? You know that better than anyone. While you hesitate, countless people who are bound to the inescapable bridle will continue to suffer. Never seen this word. That might be true, but it's okay. You don't have to hide the shape of your heart, its colors. The only thing you have to concern yourself with is how you can lead the people of the city, and then Terra. Okay, we can't just sit here and let this happen. Operator, to positions. Operator's unable to approach. She's surrounded by a strange field. Whenever someone would distort due to reason other than the monolith, a strange pressure would prevent our approach, as though to stop us from interfering. Looks like that applies here too, all the way over in another world. Love is our collective destination, after all. So please, let go of this tool that might break your heart. Don't force yourself to walk the path of thorns. Your pilgrimage needn't be that of suffering. You don't believe in any recourse, do you? Other than this, anyway. Don't you think we should find a better, faster path with less suffering, before more people inevitably hurt each other with their ill intent? Right? If there's no recourse, it has to happen faster. I can't waste any more time while people suffer. Follow your wishes. Follow your desires. And paint. Let's show them the painting of your world reflected in your eyes. And she turned. Before the compassion they believe in becomes completely worthless. Oh god. Also, yeah, this is a completely new design just for this collab. I understand the shape of your heart and what makes you want to enter the city. But we still know so little about the Seaborn, about Terra, about Iberia. Whatever may have lit the fire under your feet, I can't bring you with us to the city as you are now. Even before the seniors had the chance to translate my words, Mayor slowly turned in my direction, as though she clearly understood them. But I must, Dante. Oh god, it speaks? Your adventures were full of exhilarating tales, and I saw kindness in every word and action of you and your friends. But that's not enough. You don't think they'll change? No, they will. In the far, far future. An incandescent brilliance burst forth before Mayors. Past that light, I saw the ocean. Is that? It's an entire town in the shape of a ship's hull. The calm sound of gently lapping crushing waves, the immense golden brilliance. A portal? Where did it come from? Dungeon of the Fathoms. A gate that leads into one's heart. This periphery is where LCB department specialty begins. While what lies beyond this periphery does not necessarily warrant Rhode Island presence. Can you guys help? I don't know what kind of fathoms I'm walking into, but I have a feeling that we're going to need your assistance. Doc, Calcit, we're only here to investigate the dimensional door, but I don't want us to turn our backs on people we can help. Rhode Island accepts Limbus company cooperation request. I'll go too. You're still in Iberia. I can't let Iberian business be handled solely by outsiders, let alone any incidents connected to the Church of the Deep. Don't worry, it's not like this is the first time we're letting someone not into our group into a dungeon of the Fathoms. We'll be fine. More sea terrors. Given the circumstances, it seems very likely that sea terrors that were swarming the lighthouse are coming all this way. I'll call Scuddy here. And in we go, into the utopian world. This collab is getting better and better with each passing chapter. Sorry, I haven't been reading chat, but what did we miss? Please, can't we just let them destroy that hello for a bit of fun? Maybe things will get better after. After all she wants is to take over the entire world, and then come back to Terra to take over this one too. That's probably worse than what Originium has been doing. Dante's notes, 7.5, I talk about the LCE checkup. Also, you're before Canto 7, so no, you haven't. Yeah, that's the only sad part. I wanted to try and catch up, but sadly I didn't have enough time. Carmen, don't prank people with Arknights, it's entirely different. Carmen. Loki, if it was just a small body transformation and it preserved people's individuality, I think some of them would be down to it. Honestly though, what would be the difference? That's it. Because if becoming Seaborn doesn't change your will, nor your physical form, or maybe changes your physical form only slightly, like giving you elf ears, then there really wouldn't be that big of a difference. What you could achieve by turning Seaborn, you can probably just achieve by having a conversation and setting new goals for basically the rest of society, which is not exactly all that different with what the Doctor has been doing, so sadly doesn't really work like that. Dropping the Seaborn in the city and making people less money hungry? Oh, you meant for the Limbus company world. Yeah, that might actually change a bit. But then again, if you want to make people less money hungry, you're still infecting their will with what the Seaborn wants. Okay, there's manager. Honestly, I love the long hair. I don't know which one I would rather use, but the long hair, the long sword looks amazing. But I'm still a fan of the more tomboyish side, with the short hair and the Jackie Chan kind of vibe.
몸이 따라줄지 모르겠지만 가라면 가야지.
Oh, this is way back in the past. They're actually down at sea level. We had never seen these in Arknights. The only time we've seen the Aegirian cities in Arknights has been in a single frame from the distance, where we know that they're built in big domes under the sea. News of the world is getting grimmer by the day. The sea terrors are coming, swarming. This is the day where the Oceanborn calmly broke and sunk Aegir's seemingly infinite stalwart's growth. Aren't you going to the surface, Mayors? More and more people have been getting too anxious to stay in Aegir. I'm not. If Aegir falls, it only means that the surface is soon to follow. Why? I think you head for the surface too. We got a recent event in Arknights, the Ulpienos one. Oh, I missed the Ulpipi event. That one I actually didn't see. I played Stultifra Navis completely, but sadly I missed Uncle Ulpipi's event. Manager Don is a capstone ID, bad end ID, so it is exactly Don Quixote we know, it's censored. Is that also why her lance looks a lot more like the weapon that the fiery Ryu is using? While there aren't that many, people around me began to leave for the surface. I consider some of them to be close acquaintances. They all tried to convince me to live with them, but fleeing my home in favor of the land didn't feel right. The foretold calamity descended. It dealt a heavy blow to Aegir, but the surface suffered much worse. I had to help them. How could I not, after hearing such a terrible thing has happened? I think I'll head to the surface. Seriously, the surface? Think hard about it before you go. If you leave now, coming back might no longer be an option. Every day must be a struggle for them. At least I don't have to fear the immediate tomorrow. So it's my responsibility to provide help, as someone who is better off than them, even by a little. I know, but if I don't go there for help, things will only get much more dangerous for the land dwellers. Maybe the danger is the very thing that will hurt you. I still think I have to help them. I procured myself an Aegirian research vessel at a cheap price to bring me to that land. Unable to even submerge itself while moving, this wasn't exactly the best ship out there, and I normally wouldn't even have given it a second look. But I thought it would at least help me navigate the coastal sea. I didn't expect this. The very first thing I witnessed on the surface was the bottomless hostility against the Aegir. They denied my and Aegir's offer to help, for the sole reason that I came from the sea. They denied my compassion, my research. Get lost. We don't need your stupid research. You're from the same place as that calamity, aren't you? Do you really think we're so stupid that we would trust you? They confiscated my catalysts and tore my research apart. My wish to stand with them against the calamity was devoured by the hatred born of that same calamity. Any kindness, any compassion I gave them was repaid twofold in hatred and suspicion. Did the terrible condition of this land transform them into monsters, or was it always their nature? It wasn't too long before the research vessel... Damn it. It wasn't long before the research vessel I brought from Aegir was confiscated out of suspicion. A few weeks later, when I finally came across that vessel by the beach, there was an uncanny name inscribed on its sides: Rebellion de las Masas. But none of that was enough to stop me from continuing my research, and for the sake of the land dwellers. I went through so many trial and error to somehow impede the Sea Terror's rapid evolution, to revive the abyral soil contaminated by the Nether Sea brand. But my work barely bore any fruit, and I let the days float by as I watched the Inquisition arrest the Aegir one by one. When my Sea Terror samples and research notes came into view, they all looked completely different from one another. Some of them with fundamentally different physiologies. Even then, nothing stopped them from being us instead of I. And for the first time, I became doubtful of my effort to interrupt the revolution. Her tales were not entirely fabrications. Mayors is a bishop of the Church of the Deep, so that automatically makes her a sinner in the eyes of the Inquisition, regardless of her reasons. The more I studied them, the more I found them to be such compassionate, altruistic creatures. All they care about was their survival, without even a hint of selfishness. They're not some evil monsters from the sea. And yet they kind of eat people. Mayors, I concede that Seabows may not be evil, but it doesn't matter what they are, whether they're kindly life forms or whether they're simply a different form of civilization, it does not matter. Because Iberia and her Inquisition does not define Seaborns as evil. Seaborn are our enemy, threats to human existence. I have but one thing to say as an Inquisitor. You, all of you, are my enemy. But it would be a good thing for the Inquisition if I were to leave for the city, wouldn't it? Why would you say that? It's a good thing for us to toss our problem into another world. That would be like abandoning our pride. Unless they, the people of the city, gave you permission, as an Inquisitor, I can't let you do that. And don't get your hopes up about that either. You can wrap it in a box that says compassion for all you want, but Mayors, your course isn't exactly the direction I would like to see it in. As the rest of the citizens prepare for battle in silent agreement with Ismael's stand, Mayors mutters with genuine disappointment. I didn't want to have to do this. Waves. I had no better word to describe the horde of sea terrors crashing into us. But this is the only way it could have ended. Your words are composed entirely of your own color and no one else's. Manager Dante, right? We will hold the line and defend this place against the sea terrors rushing in from the rear. So in the meantime, can you take down Mayors and deal with the remaining sea terrors? Affirmative. All operators will be drawing these sea terrors to us. We don't need to take them all down, we just need to act as a wall between the wave and the people of Limbus Company. Irene, I would like to ask for your help as well. As for Anya, please assist Limbus Company, just in case. Okay then, let the mission begin. Lucky for you, it will rerun in a month. Oh great, so I can finally play through it. This is the Labyrinth. The Mirror Universe. I have a comparatively surface level knowledge of Arknights, but even if the sea is not evil and only consumes everything because it has to survive, I will fight back because I am not the sea. And if I become the sea, there is no more I. That's the gist of it. Again, she's trying to make it so every single sea creature just sees themselves before the group, but that's not something that can really work. Also, I don't think any choice matters here. Everything has basically the same resistances. And once again,
이거 참 설레는구려.
now thing is that in Arknights, the Seaborn who want to consume all life are only one of the problems. Because Originium is the very source and the main issue that they have.
찍었네.
So they basically have two world-ending threats that want to devour everything in order to turn it into something else. A little bit for different reasons though. It's like Seaborn for survival, evolution and assimilation, while Originium for archival purposes and collection. Basically what Originium does is turn everyone into stone in order to absorb their data and upload it all to a database that can be later on used in order to create new life onto another planet.
정화. 지금으로 참여하라.
There's also the Collab, so at least 3.
비뚤어졌구려.
敵は深手を負っています. 정화.
제가 묻었네요.
비청거리는군.
비뚤어졌구려. 이제야 완성되었나?
Okay, again, these should be fairly easy fights. The main problem is going to be at the end.
이제야 완성되었나?
Also, do we still get some upgrades from one stage to the other, like we do in the Mirror Universe?
Mission accomplished.
There seems to be a commotion at the village square. Villagers are surrounding someone with a clear intent to threaten. The evil sorcerer's gone, so why won't this calamity end? Explain. Be honest, you just couldn't stand to watch Iberia thrive, could you? If it weren't for that calamity, we would have. Please, I'm just here to share some research notes. Oh, and it has to be a Nigerian, because of the Alpheus. How to fight those sea monsters? Now you're looking to help us? Newsflash, it's too damn late. These scraps of paper won't do anything to help us. The locals firmly believe that the calamity was brought here by the Aegir. Turn away, we have to put a stop to this. Ah, crap, I clicked. And that void in your heart blinds you. It makes it unbearable to keep your emotions in check. This is how they deal with sorrow. There were no emotions or intent to be found in the great calamity that devoured Iberia whole, so they sharpened their sorrows into wayward raids against one of those who came from the sea, just like the calamity itself, which means someone needs to direct their anger against their rightful foes. As you can see, I hail from Aegir. Ever since the Profound Silence, I devoted myself to studying Seaborn and the Nethersea brand to help the land dwellers. I don't know where my colleagues have all gone, but what's the point of this anymore? They don't want my help. Why should I give it to them? He seems crestfallen by his experience at Iberia. They might not, but there has to be someone who needs your help. You should probably return to Aegir. No, first one. Oh, 18. Nice. Biomass that consumes all consciousness to survive. The rock cancer that consumes everything to become informational storage if none survives. And the thing that is caused the first to exist. Not even other planets is a simulation within Originium itself, as the self-sustained eternal world. But aren't they traveling from star to star? Maybe not exactly the priestess's ship, but I was pretty sure they had a spaceship somewhere, like the Doctor and the priestess, before they came to Terra.
사냥을 위해서라면
Ego gift, Sea of Terror nodes. Okay, so yeah, we do still get little buffs. Plus 10% damage against enemies, plus 1% additional damage for every enemy defeated or every part broken during this encounter. Plus 20% max. But still, it's just for that encounter. So we're going to have to either kill a lot of enemies or see if the boss has some breakable parts to take down.
점 찍었네.
That was before they applied the Originium on Terra. Well, yeah, but the purpose of the Originium on Terra was to reshape another planet, right? Like, maybe not their own.
미단이 휘청거리는군.
The plan was to lock off the planet with the star pod, absorb the entire planet through Originium, and then live there forever. I might have missed that live there forever part. But yeah, terraforming was basically part of their plans.
점 찍었네.
And it's basically no different to what the Seaborn want to do to the city.
완성되었나?
Even though Seaborn terraformation comes mostly at the expense of the living people in there. Okay, we took some damage, but we are still mostly fine. A chance for AoE, we don't waste these.
경외감 속에 숨어. 진빛형. 꿰뚫려라.
Amia's volume might be a bit low, but she sounds so damn adorable.
죽음으로 참여하라.
알겠어. 당신을 인도해주진 못해도 따뜻하게 안아줄 수는 있어요.
시선에 눈이 멀지 않도록.
Okay, they are on the... Yeah.
점 찍었네.
그 시선 경멸스럽고.
이제야 완성되었나?
Oh, come on, Ismael. Losing against a lowly Seaborn. That's a bit unbecoming of her. Hello, hey Warwick, welcome, how are things going? Watching with the VPN is a pain. Russian YouTube viewer moment. I'm sorry to hear that. How bad is it? Like, is it a matter of ping or is it a matter of just stream stuttering at one knot? And now, finally, a little bit of healing.
나선 속을 벗어날 순 없다.
I need a better Rodion. I need a Rodion I can actually use, so I can use this skill a bit more often. Because so far, it's the one healing skill that I have in the entire account.
따뜻한
I think I used Aisho team to clear almost everything. Try borrow. ID from your friend. I do have a couple, but I want to see if I can do it on my own. Again, I should have more than enough characters to deal with this.
기록에 따라 당신을 반드시 집행하겠습니다.
림버스 컴퍼니の皆さん、この勢いに乗って勝ちに行きましょう。
그 오물을
リンバスカンパニーの皆さん、
점
この
찍었네.
勢いに乗って勝ちに行きましょう。
Okay, that should be last turn. At least for this fight.
산초류 경을 온 라샹.
Best Rodion is Night of Despair, which is unavailable.
이제야 완성되었나?
Any chance that's a bleed unit as well?
제가 앞에 서죠.
Because I'm going to be a bit sad about having to give up on Ismael, but at this point might as well try and turn to bleed.
リンバスカンパニーの
Oh,
皆さんとご一
these
緒で
two.
本当に嬉しいです。
Okay, no one targets them. That's good.
나선 속을 벗어날
See how long we can keep them asleep while we take care of everyone else.
敵に対して大きな打撃を与えました。
이단이 휘청거리는군.
이제야 완성되었나?
Could try Dieci for shield stacking or Liu Burn. Hold on, who is Dieci? Again, I'm sorry, I'm very new to this. Okay, both of these are still asleep, and neither of them gets targeted.
순식간에 끝내죠.
이제야
ドクターのように
완성되었나?
優れた式ですね。
엎드리도록.
그 오물을
Night of Despair Rodion is also like top 2 ID in the game.
効果的な攻撃でした。
Does the game have like a rotation system, a spark system? Like,
벗어날 수
how long am I
없다고
supposed to
생각해.
wait until she's been made available? Because as far as I heard, current season also ends around December. Okay, these two are still asleep. That's nice.
불길 속으로
제가 묻었네요.
Oh, Warplugis Knight, okay. And again, how often do Warplugis Knight characters become available? For months? Oh, that's actually not that bad. I expected worse. I expected way worse.
나선 속을 벗어날 순 없. 뚫리고. 그 시선 경멸스럽고.
One thing I'm not liking too much is the fact that we have 3 of these leaper ones.
敵は深手を負っています。
Oh god, thank god I didn't click on start. Everyone goes on a 9 HP monster. Chill. Yeah, you take care of the 9 HP. And you guys get to go play around a little.
순식간에 끝내죠.
You can borrow my KOD if you friend me last time. Oh yeah, I did. I should have you in the friend list. Also, I would really appreciate that, Ghost. Thank you. Okay, copied, but I'm going to have to add you after we're done here. Staggered on 34. This one kills. Dominating, that's favored. That's dominating. This one is annoying as hell. Oh, that's struggling.
나 선 속을 벗어날 순 없다.
이제야 완성되었나?
알겠어.
Okay, the AoE guy is gone.
このまま行けば敵を食い止められます。
Now though, you have to clear this stage. And we will be going all on the same one. With the heal too. Anyone who's not struggling, there we go.
순식간에 끝내죠.
The buff Valentine's standing like crazy. His gravity just hits pretty much everything now. Nice. Sadly, that's one of the limiteds I don't have. Oh no, that's AoE. I fucked up. I fucked up so bad. But yeah, Grand Blue tomorrow, because I want to play through the main story quest, and apparently that's also going to be a requirement to unlock Versusia. But Versusia looks evil, looks really evil. Almost feels like they added 5 characters in your backline just so they can kill more units with one trigger. Okay, I should not have AoE'd, but how do I save this now? See if we can break number 2. Dominating to stop that. Up to 180 damage. Maybe he can kill. Hopefully he can kill. Dominate it for stagger.
정화.
And we go for one takedown. Yes, yeah, the game feels a lot different if you're not just clicking win rate and go.
죽음으로
Okay,
참여하라.
that's a kill.
味
Nice.
方が優勢です今こそ勝機をつかむ時です
And yeah, everyone just gangs up on one. Struggling, struggling, and struggling. That's bad. That's worse. 60 HP though. Yeah, screw it, we hit him with the ego, that should be more than enough. This is now either unopposed or dominating, but we should be able to hit everyone already. Let's
순식간에
go.
끝내죠.
Don't trust struggle units like Encore Sinclair. They can win those clash.
もっと効果的な方法が
무불아위.
I don't know, for this sort of long fights, especially when they're easier, doesn't seem like he tends to lose too much of his
당신이
sanity.
인도해주진 못해도 따뜻하게 안아줄 수는 있어요.
We'll see how he fares against the boss.
이제야 완성되었나?
Because even if you're not using Faust's skill, we're still recovering quite a bit of sanity like this. There is a long line of people waiting outside the rundown building. Inside, people in hoods are distributing something to the visitors. I thank the ocean's blessing. No, we only wish to help you sate your hunger, even a little. We haven't seen you around here. Clearly, you've traveled far to get here. Welcome, welcome. Sorry everyone, please understand, they're new here. People in hoods dragged us inside. It's not much, but this should hopefully be able to sate your hunger. Dried fish. Amia and Irene call these fin beasts. Let our people have it first, slip them into our bags and pretend we ate them. They began to shovel in the food as though they've missed more than a few meals. Unless they slow down, they're going to make themselves sick. Without any reason to stay, we've left the building. I feel a little prick on the back of my head, as though the hooded people were staring at us as we walked away, but we managed to quicken our pace and disappear. That could have been a fight, maybe. At the center of what appears to be an arc symbolizing the city, at the center of that brilliant golden light, must be Mayors. Let's take a quick break here. Are you alright, Doctor? I just need to take a quick breather. You should probably work on your cardio, or Miss Samia might have to piggyback you around. Doctor catching strays in another world. Oh wait, no, this is his world. Bye people from another world. Once we get back, I'll start working out like Kalsit suggested. Executive Manager, if it ever comes to you, you may trust me with the piggybacking. I'm good. Perhaps being in close proximity to Mayor's vision of utopia and the center of the light did something. Seaborn near us only gave us a passing glance without attacking us. Something about the way they looked at us felt like they were concerned about us. The sinners couldn't help but look away with a funny feeling. I feel sorrow, regret. Maybe these feelings are denials for all those times she spent agonizing over this. Can we really bring back Miss Mayors? We'll help her return. That's what we're here to do, after all. Alright, let's rest up a bit before moving on. As I've said, try going for unopposed attacks with Claire to lower sanity. Alright, now against the boss. I recommend Cabo Mersault if you have enough to spark. He rolls really high. I think I've seen him. I definitely do not have it though. Events are weird. You either get a gift with a check or get nothing. Probably it's stated as unknown because Dante isn't knowledgeable about the Arknights or something. Limbus Director is a fan of Arknights. He shows his account on his gacha stream. Oh yeah, I've seen this one. Dude, honestly, Limbus Director, absolute beast of a man. First, he's somehow a VTuber, and his account for Arknights is seriously stacked. And you know what? It shows. There's a lot of passion behind this collab.
눈 멀지 않게 조심하도록.
Mayor's despair, the repulsiveness of people ill intent, and the fate hope from the light found within. All kinds of emotions and memories rise to the surface of Amiya's fathoms, then sink again. Those same thoughts seep into me as well, unfiltered. The sins that people have committed just won't go away. Humanity's ill intent will propagate unimpaired too. But the tides that Miss Mayors is trying to summon, to douse it, will devour humanity, their civilization, and the city they came from. So I don't think this is the right way to go. Not as long as Dante and the people of Limbus Company refuse. In place of the light, a speck of darkness casts a shadow. This isn't like the time I retrieve the ego. Reach out into the darkness. A strange power courses through me before radiating towards the sinners. All the sinners gain emotional correction for this encounter.
囚人の皆さんの状態に
부르셨나요?
何か変化が
Where do I find it? Oh, there we go. On hit against enemies, 50 divided by number of coins % chance to gain 1 ego resource corresponding to the user's skill affinity. So we should be able to cast ultimates a little bit more freely. When an enemy dies, 2 of the least owned ego resources in an encounter gain 1 ego resource for each affinity consumed when using the following ego's skill. To remain oneself, command, and brilliant tidal elegy. I'm afraid these are the ones that we get from the collab though, so might not have them. Before we read the boss though, I need a 30-second break. I need to go take a leak. I've been here almost 6 hours, be right back. Okay, here we are. Yeah, he got all the Collab Egos before PT and then sent out a 10 pool ticket for everyone. Also, time to Ego spam. Hopefully I can spam the heal one, because I'm pretty sure we're going to suffer a lot of damage here. Knight is harder, Mayor is just annoying. We'll see. I'm saying this having a full Hey Show team. I wish I knew what that meant, but... Okay, let's see. Ego Byway Unclashable. Does not deal damage against targets. After attack, gain 100 Abyssal Vitality. Consumed by using skills. Every time this effect is consumed, heal SP based on the amount consumed. And I'm going to guess I'm going to have to try and keep her low sanity as well. Indiscriminate. Prioritize allies. Among them, allies with the least current HP. Deals 0 damage. Flash power +1 for every 3 sinking on targets. Heal 20% HP. Oh god. Yeah, not only we need Ego Spam, we need Ego Spam with AoEs. I feel she's going to summon a lot of crap. Allies with the most HP. Offensive level up. Abyssal Vitality. Clashable Guard. Consume Abyssal Vitality for every surviving ally, however. Apply number of turns target survived damage up to the next turn to all allies. 3. So we have to clash against our guard to prevent her from buffing. Undiscriminate, base power +1 for every 3 nervous impairment on the main target, maximum 9. When targeting allies deals 0 damage. Can clash with the skill regardless of speed. Clash lose, 3 power down, 3 paralyze. So with Deep Blue Charity, has to go down. Minus 80% damage, damage dealt by the skill cannot stagger the target. Halves the amount of nervous impairment inflicted by the skill, and does not inflict sinking or sinking count. Okay, that's cool. Does have unbreakable coins, however. At 50 plus Abyssal Vitality, consumes 5 to inflict 2 nervous impairment. 50 plus consume 4 Abyssal Vitality to gain coin power +1 for every 10 nervous impairment, consumes 3 for more coin power. More coin power, more nervous impairment. And conditions unmet. There's going to be a second phase here. The panic type does not change when inflicted with effects that changes panic types. Instead, inflicted with an effect that is inflicted against target without SP. Low morale, nervous impairment, increase after winning a clash based on the clash count. Max value 8 plus 20% per clash, decreases by 4 on clash lose. Okay, let's see what you can summon.
점 찍었네.
Again, I think I spoiled this boss myself at the end of the Mirrored Universe, but it was probably harder there. This is just the story version. Maybe it's not that bad. Did I speak too soon? Okay, that was 0 damage for us. But now she has the summons. That is a lot of summons. That is a crap ton of summons. Still. Oh right, no, we need to clash the guard. Where are most of my... Oh god, my attacks are 1 per target. I think maybe we can leave the dog behind. So Dawn leaves the dog for the guard. Focus adds, Kidney Reaper is efficient, or you'll pull it out. Clash with mirrors so that they won't be buffed. Second phase is more straightforward.
순식간에 끝내죠.
敵に対して大きな打撃を与えました。
Again, I need to see if she summons, what she summons, and how often she summons. Because I don't want to get the impairing from the big flower. Because from the little ones, it's actually not that big a problem. It's 1-2 stacks. The flower basically breaks the impairment almost immediately. I like sack Halloween dog yesterday. Ah, god damn it. Dude, congrats. But still, it should have been me. I think she just lost the clashable guard. That was not good. There's our dominating. Second dominating. That's favored. Now, quick question. If I use the AoE, is the AoE like proximity based? Like if I cast her AoE on this enemy, does it avoid the Sea Reaper? Oh, this is the heal. I don't think I care about the heal. Oh wait, no, indiscriminate means that it cannot clash. So we should just clash with the guard. That's favored. And Rodion has to wait a little bit. She's selective and adds summoning each turn, and if she hits the Reaper with buffs, he will wake up anyway. Okay, let's try just clear a couple of these smaller enemies, then take care of the Reaper. Like, the more stuff I can toss on the Reaper, the better. I hated those things in Arknights, I hate these things here. Okay, but the Reaper didn't move, and many of them are now staggered. So what I can do here... lock the favorite, and start with the ultimates. The blue ones should be the extra targets hit, right? Dominating, dominating. Again, I don't care if she heals. I do want a second ultimate though. And it has to be on this one.
나 선 속을 벗어날 순 없다.
좋아.
기록에 따라 당신을 반드시 집행하겠습니다. 따뜻한
Faust. Rip Faust, 13 stacks.
당신을 인도해주진 못해도 따뜻하게 안아줄 수는 있어요.
適した攻撃でなくとも最善の選択だったはずです。敵は深手を負っています。
Okay, the Reaper is now staggered. Nothing on the ground on any side, fantastic. Who's staggered on our side? Oh yeah, Faust, because she took damage. What are you loading? Okay, now it's important that we clash with this one. Struggle or hopeless. Double hopeless. That's a struggle. At least I can stop some of them down here. You can hold down the button to make the ego animation. Oh, I actually didn't know that. Thanks. Okay, that's dominating. Surely the ego is going to be dominating on her. This one still comes through though.
가족을 위해 따뜻한 엎드리도록.
There we go, -1, nice. Leo. Perfect.
이제야 완성되었나?
There's absolutely no way she loses this.
당신을 인도해주지
And this should give her the attack down as well.
따뜻하게 안아줄 수는 있어요.
Last skill, Clash with Mayors, delay the heal.
攻撃でした。
I think most of the enemies are dead. Oh god, I'm backseating so much, I should calm down. Nah, dude, don't worry, again, I'm fine with backseating. Now, she has the... Oh wait, no, this is... AoE plus heal. AoE with damage. Need to clear the waves. You go here. ...54 HP. But that might also be the only one she can go and attack. Unless she's dominating these guys down here. There you go, ego on the big guy. Didn't get the Reaper while he was staggered. Now he's healed and doesn't have stagger threshold. It's a massive pain. It's 200 HP. Like, he should have one turn alive. For this one turn of attack. I just need to stop the others now, don't I? Also, double ego on his head. Well, this one goes on the... Oh, can't even go on the clashable guard. Loses both fights against the Clashable Guard.
나 선 속을 벗어날 순 없다.
깨어라.
ダンテさんの作戦とても効果的でした。
이 수많은 소원들 중 그대가 이루고 싶은 소원은
Nether Sea, she's heavily buffed from it. No, there was no Nether Sea on the ground. I made sure of that before I started. There was no Nether Sea on the ground.
もっと効果的な方法が。
벗어날 수 있다.
Oh wait, no. Nether Sea is another terminology. Sorry about that.
기록에 따라 당신을 반드시 집행하겠습니다.
多数討伐確認。
당신을 인도해주진 못해도 따뜻하게 안아줄 수는 있어요.
Okay, the speed up seems to be double speed. Not that fast, but still. Saves a bit of time here and there.
エリートオペレーター並みの腕前です。
Okay, now there's the Nether brand on the ground. Can I not target the Hand of the Saint? Okay, something definitely happened. I cannot target the Hand of the Saint. The brand can make clash predictions misleading. Oh, that too. But let's see. Again, we've got Rodion to heal. We got Ismail with the AoE. We got her with the AoE as well. I'm afraid it must be this one, but I'm going to have to target that with some ego skill, I guess. Still struggling, but he wins against the Reaper at 88 HP. Oh, there is an outpost. There's my dominating. Neutral. Holy! Neutral on an ego attack? What the hell? That's big. That sounds a little bit big. Okay, Reaper has got 4 attacks on him, 88 HP, even with the defense up, it should be fine. Mayers has 1 AoE on her, but I'm kind of banking on Ismail on this one.
이상이 무엇이라 생각하시오?
I don't know why the game won't let me attack the little... oh god, not the altar. The Roomba. To clear the ground.
이 수많은 소원들 중 그대가 이루고 싶은 소원은 무엇인가?
I didn't read all that for this fight, I was just spamming win rate with Heisho team. I tried just spamming win rate when I saw this thing back in the Mirror Labyrinth, or whatever it's called.
私も
That was not a good experience. Oh god. Wait, no, isn't this just phase 2? It's just phase 2. You've aged a lot since last we met, Fabi. Is that a characteristic of your sub-race? you haven't aged a day. So, what brings you to the Church of the Deep? Seaborn are indispensable in our preparation for the impending doom. Nothing else can ensure the survival of humanity. Thus, it would only be right for me to join hands with those who are able and willing to become Seaborn, in search for a way to prolong our existence. You're looking to use the knowledge of the wise and the talented as nourishment for Seaborn. But that won't do any more than prolong our existence. But is survival alone not enough? I thought a bishop of the church would share a majority of that belief with me. Abi, you and I both have put our faith in the Seaborns, but the word faith might mean something different for you than it does for me. Seaborn shouldn't be our objects of worship. We have to stand on equal ground as them and set our eyes on their nature. Please step aside. Desperation, sadness, sympathy. Mayer's emotion gush upwards, carried by bubbles. Terra, a land in which the hatred for the different has entrenched itself. City, a place in which people, crushed by the trials of fire, have surrendered to its absurdities. They both need the Seaborn, perfected beneath the light. That is but your wish, Miss Mayor. Faust does not believe them to be necessary elements for the city. Even in the city, there are people who are searching for reasons to live on, dreaming of a better world. We all know that it can't possibly be easy to change, but there has to be some kind of worth, value in that process alone, in the lives that we live within the city. What worth could that be to the life of the unkind? The kind of life humanity is doomed to exist in, where all we ever do is hurt and hate one another. Efficient order, natural altruism, they're both virtues humanity should never lose sight of, but there's no such thing as absolutes when it comes to the values of life. Survival is the right of all civilization, which means that it should never be up to others to define the worth of life, to argue for it. But what if there's no other way? Can you even understand what I'm saying? Some time has passed since I made Faroe my home. Unlike my prediction, the Seaborn's evolution seemed to have lost its explosive progress, and Fabius seems to be content just observing their slow development. Maybe it's because they're directionless, without a specific wish. Even still, Seaborn were the key to the change in Terra, the land. To stand against the incoming calamity, we needed their survivability and adaptability. And the humanity that has turned exhaustion into ill intent needed the Seaborn's blind, selfless altruism towards their own. So, while I never stopped my studies, something small but sharp continued to stab at my frustrated heart. Stultified and unable to be resolved. They had to bring Stultified back in somehow. If we were to lose even our sense of self and creed, assimilated into the stagnated great will, for the sake of survival, civilization had to be no more. For the sake of us, I had to be no more. The realization of that paradox made the first crack in my confidence that Seaborn were the answer to the problem Iberia, the land, and humanity faced. And though the cracks and the seeds of through the cracks, the seeds of doubt were sown. But I'd already come too far to find a path more beautiful than the Seaborn. No more wasting time with these stupid ruminations. There has to be a way, some kind of condition Seaborn need to fulfill to retain their sense of self, to retain their individual hopes and wishes. I stood adrift atop an inundation of years I dedicated to this purpose, holding on to this precious hope and still my shaking heart. And that was the easy part. There are no better solutions. Don't look away from the answer that lies right in front of me. All I need to do is to find a way for Seaborn to hope and wish, to have them each carry a sense of self. I just had to repeat that to myself like a mantra, again and again. But my drifting days came to an end when I found a new path, illuminated by the strange light from across the sea. On that day, Yes, that day when that faint blue light shone, a whisper visited me. Who's there? Whose voice is... What? The answer, sought through the eons by people I didn't recognize, played over and over in my ears. The voice that spoke, it was muffled, but warm and beautiful. The light of the city, the hearts that were lost, the emotions that were forgotten, the sense of self that... No, that's enough of that. But I would like to hear more about the light. The light that has sprouted from 10 virtues. And the imagine whose words drew in my mind was clearer and more beautiful than ever. Terra, the city, they both failed to find a way out of this bridle. If they're going to be satisfied with living on as they are, then you can't change what you can't see by standing still. If you want to bring about a better world, then even if you may be lost in the ideals, you have to keep walking. Survival, worth of life, as I've never been too certain about either of those complicated ideas. I had no unflinching creed with which to convince her. That's not to say that the city had no need for the altruistic nature mayors want to bring there. That's not to say that I have a better answer than the combination of Seabones and the light. Even still, the emotions, the regrets, the conversation I found and collected over this journey alongside the sinners become my answer, and I tick on. Honestly, I don't really know the city all that well either. My memory only goes back a year. Oh, right, Dante has amnesia as well. That is a little bit of a personal thing that I kind of hate when they do it. And I kind of forgot Dante had amnesia from before they put the clock on his head. But still. My memory only goes back a year, and for what is practically my entire existence, I've been surrounded by the sinners and our adventure. Still, we want to keep trying. You're right, the city is absurd, vicious place. Something new and horrible surprises me every other day, but mayors, that light you spoke of, I don't think that's what protects the ego, the sense of self. To protect it, you have to first look unflinchingly both ways, the path that lies ahead and the one that you walked, then you confront them both. That can't be right. The light, it has to. You're just working based on what you heard about the city and the light. Ain't that right? How can you be so confident that the light will be able to protect the Seaborn sense of self? Ain't that just what you want to believe? I think it's a distinct possibility. Even if the light can do whatever you hope it does, mayors, it won't change anything. Turning our nature's kind by transforming into Seabones, a convenient method like that isn't our path. Because the sense of self protected like that, the kind nature attained like that, wouldn't be our own. It would be yours, mayors. Protecting your own sense of self while being compassionate and kind, it's a path of unbearable suffering. We might fail some days despite our best efforts. Some days we'll be forced to confront the sins our past and suffer. Verily, not one of us as we are now may see the culmination of that path. Yet I can hardly find it within myself to simply leave it in thy hands without so much as trying. You're saying that Seabones can't be the answer I've always sought? It doesn't make much sense if you think about it. Those sea monsters don't even know what self means. That's why they show no hesitation before sacrifice. If you were to introduce the sense of self in those sea monsters, that selflessness you want will be no more. She's a Seaborn-shaped distortion who is not a Seaborn, and endlessly anguished contemplating distortion. If Mayer's wish is to achieve an altruistic world, then her desire to be that she doesn't want her efforts. Then her desire has to be that she doesn't want her efforts to become meaningless. Seaborn may be the perfect answer for some people. A recent example, Fabius. It seems clear to me that that was precisely his wish. But that doesn't seem to align with yours. Find the new answer, Miss Mayers. You're telling me I have to go back to wandering for so much time again, in search of that new answer? You won't be alone on that path. Walk it together, relying on one another, and it won't feel as long. Trying to carry such a heavy burden all by yourself, Miss Mayer, it's such a prideful thing to do.
タンテさん、なんだか
Oh god, what the hell is
感じま
this?
す。
How is she? How are you prepping 7 attacks? Not to mention, how the hell are we supposed to also clear the ground? Does Siete work on Versusia? I wasn't looking into it. I think I've seen him in a couple of Versusia runs, yes. I saw on Twitter a Win Magna run that had Siete in the front line. All my homie ate Carmen. I guess that's the embodied voice that's trying to convince people. At 50 plus Abyssal Vitality, and she has 100. So everything lands. Jesus. Okay, this has to be done. I need to sacrifice one hit. There's no two ways about this. It's hopeless across the entire board. The ego is hopeless across the entire board. Oh god. Roomba first, clashes later. Oh right. Now, the Roomba is already targeted, but this means that the... Like, if I target, I get hopeless. After I clear the Roomba, the hopeless goes away, and they go back to normal. Sure as hell hope so, because otherwise this is going to be painful. This is going to be real damn painful. Okay, ego on 3. That's on 4. And we always need something on the last one. We skip one attack. Fingers crossed we're not going to die to just one attack.
순식간에 끝내죠. 모든 결과들은 파우스트가 알아요.
Also, can I just stop for 1 second to talk about the music? Because this theme sounds insane. Like, it has a little bit of the usual melee soundtrack that they use, but when it begins, a small part of the beginning of the track also sounds like the beginning of the Abyssal song that we had back in Arknights.
기록에 따라 당신을 반드시 집행하겠습니다.
Oh, she's not gonna make it.
당신을 인도해주진 못해도 따뜻하게 안아줄 수는 있어요.
I'm not seeing too high damage. I think only one character actually got staggered. But we'll see. Tides carry away the windows to Mayor's past, soon devouring them beyond vision. It's almost as if Mayor's and the dungeon of the Fathom, no, the ocean itself, is fusing into one. A majority of distortions encountered by the Bus team have assumed the form of a generally recognized as organic entity. However, there is nothing preventing a distortion from breaking that boundary and taking a different shape, as it may vary by the individual desire. If a distortion is allowed to exacerbate undeterred, it may eventually corrode this very space in which we stand. As we were taking some time to catch our breaths, a few small machines tumble on the ground, shot for one of the trembling phantoms. It must be one of those mysterious machines in Mayor's home, which we saw back when we peered into her memories. The machines continue to whir loudly as though the waves broke them. We saw that there were various apparatus attached to their sockets on their sides. Expensive they appear, yet how numerous they are. Well, you know, maybe she's similar to one of those Texas fellas who are always hell-bent on picking up every new cutting-edge workshop tech. It says, "Little Handy" down here. That's an oddly similar structure to the Hand of the Saint the Inquisitor brought. Shall this fantastically wonderful machine be of assistance in our battle? You can tell this is a Don Quixote line, Jesus! Rhode Island already seems to have their hand full holding the line against the Sea of Terror. We should probably take just one and leave the rest to help them out. After a quick discussion with the sinners, we decided to take just one of the machines. Max HP and HP healing boost, enhances the effects of the Hand of the Saint, safeguarding against stagger, an effect that counteracts the Nether brand influence on the sinners, temporary power boost. How good is the extra effects on the Hand of the Saint? Because again, Quixote is the only one who is at low HP and she should be able to heal everyone back up. It's either that or the power boost. Because the Nether brand is only on us, but we can clear the ground just as easily. Or maybe safeguarding against stagger. This might be the most brain dead. Let's go with the most brain dead. Incremental motion firmware detected, activating blockade command. I don't really understand how it works, but that sure sounds helpful.
Limbus Company の皆さんとご一緒できて
And yeah, the Nether brand has already been cleared. Wait. I want to go back to win rate. There's no Nether brand. And everyone is just on. Good God. Stagger protection is good, yeah, hopefully. Okay, there's our first dominating. Second on favored. She kinds of need yellow because she can't cast the other skill otherwise. But let's see, that's favored number 3. That's all hopeless. Is there any chance I can just hit one of these again? They only clash with the first one, don't they? So the second one shouldn't really be hopeless, should rather be unopposed. Or am I getting this wrong? Okay, dominating on the last one. And yeah, he's struggling a bit, but again, just keeping my fingers crossed at this point. And yeah, Faust is not having a good time. However, there goes Rocinante. Ismael never lets me down. I swear, Ismael never lets me down.
따뜻하게 안아줄 수는 있어요.
이상이 무엇이라 생각하시오?
What's worrying is that the shield is still mostly there. Stagger protection didn't help. Didn't help much. Okay, we still don't have another heal, but we need to engage some of these yellow skills. So, that's favored. That's solo plus. That's solo plus. She can go on favored. 9-8 should be fine. That's neutral. Cool. Favored on the orange. Just clash with the slowest you can, while the faster one go unopposed if you can't clash. The stagger... Oh, she staggers after the shield breaks. 900 HP, and the shield is under 400. I don't know if I have 400 damage on the team, honestly. Because otherwise, like, if I knew that I could stagger her, I would probably just focus all on a single node. Come on, Don. Come on, Don.
당신을 인도해주진 못해도 따뜻하게 안아줄 수는 있어요.
Absolutely zero chill, but the shield is almost gone. 200 for the shield. We still cannot heal. But that should be enough for the shield. The ground is clear, so let's send it. I was wondering, did they create a new status for the collab, or was stuff like corrosion already in the game? They created a new status just for the collab. The shield didn't break. Almost the entire lineup changed because the shield didn't break. Okay, this has to be cleared as soon as possible. And this is and we're still back to hopeless on all fronts. Oh, he somehow gets 2 turns.
일리 있는 의견. 그걸로 하지.
내 팔은 뼈에 있었어.
For the collab, they made the impalement and brand, or well, adapted it. Yeah, because normally there's like 6 colors, each assigned to a different scene, and each skill, each color is related to a specific debuff.
찢어 발겨주마.
Oh god, I think she actually refilled the shield as well.
정지. 벗어날 수 없다.
She got more shield. I think we didn't manage to break it. She killed some of my units, and she refilled that shield. And this staggered protection is doing nothing.
완전해 지지. 囚人が退却できませんでした。あ、ダンテさんには囚人を蘇生できる能力がありましたよね。
Yeah, the shield is back to 400. Okay, that's all. Dominating, favored, favored. One has to go down there. And this one is hopeless, I don't care.
일리 있는 의견이다. 그걸로 하지.
Stagger protection removes 1 stagger bar on the Sinner's Pre-Show. That doesn't help if you can't clash. Also doesn't help if you take a bit too much damage. Because I think with that big AoE she just went through one line to the other. But fingers crossed, this should be enough to deal 200 shield damage.
벗어날 수
Come
없다.
on.
내 팔은 뼈에 있었어.
Or maybe not. Jesus, how much defense does this thing have?
들어가 보자. 조언을 잘 먹고 있고.
And as bad as it may be, I still kind of like it that when your characters die, they actually explode. 124, we still dealt like 300 damage to it.
재미는 없겠지만 그렇게 할게요.
Come on, she breaks here.
이 안에 담아주지.
Please tell me that she breaks here.
정지. 벗어날 수 없다.
It's 5. The shield is down to 5.
내 팔은 변해 있었어.
And now that she's staggered, it should be fairly easy to take her down. Right?
환상의 세계로 들어가 보죠.
Okay, nothing to clear on the floor. Still charge the... I think only one is fine. Too bad the colors are now all over the place.
이대로 가보자고.
속에서 놔둘 수 없다면 직접 구애를 새겨주세요.
Okay, yeah, that's the last hit.
정지, 벗어날 수 없다.
I don't think I would consider her to be easier than the knight, but maybe I got a little bit lucky on that night. It's true that people scrutinize others for differences to find something they can hate, but it's also true that it's often those very differences that people look up to. And admiration usually goes right in hand with overestimation. And Miss Bayers admires those two unknowns, Seaborn and Delight. She thought they would be the solution to everything. Bayers, do you still want to go to the city? And she hasn't turned back. Oh, never mind. I'll remain here in Terra, I'll broaden my studies, and I'll talk more. To find the new path forward, realizing my wish. As for what will happen now, Miss Mayers, we're going to need to have a long talk with the Inquisition, but we'll help, too. Help you in the research for that path, if we can. The great arc, built from the city, crumbles. Light fades and gives way to shadows. And we found ourselves back aboard the vessel Massas. Battle complete. Vessel Massas, it's slowing down. How's Miss Mayers? Here, unconscious, the mental strain seems to have taken its toll. It all happened inside the dungeon of the Phantoms, but it can't have been too easy on her mind to send so many waves after us. First, we'll wait for the Inquisition ruling, then bring her to Rhodes Island. Now Arknights can do the funniest thing ever. Make Mayers a playable character over there. Her efforts were misguided, but she also had Terra's best interest at heart. Together, I'm sure we can discuss a better way forward. What if she's sentenced to death? Then we will need to offer a different proposal. We can consider it when you get to it, Doctor. It's finally over. All we have left to do is to go back. As we were preparing to leave with our hearts much lighter than they were earlier... Hold on, everyone. Something is rapidly approaching us. A low, thumbing roar vibrates the air as a strange shadow looms over the ship. Where did this shade come from? Wait, is that... Almost as if driven by instinct, Ismael takes the radio from Gregor and runs to the control room. Something must have clicked in Otis's head, as she also turned and ran after Ismael. If those two are running to the bridge... Brace, grab onto something. Oh bollocks, mucking it up right before the finish line. Doctor, Dante has advised that we grab onto something. I see we're preparing to turn the ship around. Everyone, brace for impact. Stay alert. Something's coming. The ship leaned heavily as it hurried towards port side, and I caught a glimpse of a massive shadow gliding just beneath the water surface, right where the ship was a second ago. It's a Seaborn, about the size, no, slightly larger than the vessel Massas. Amia's communicator buzzes with Ismael's voice. The currents are going wild. Wait, no, something is causing the currents to go wild. Try our best to maintain evasive maneuvers for as long as possible, but we can't do this forever. If the situation does not improve, we may have to take the vessel massas to cross the dimensional door. Does Rhode Island have a way out of this quandary? Not at this moment, but we have to come out with one now, and fast. Dante, does anything come to mind? We should first figure out why that seaborn is coming after us. Copy that, I'll focus on steering the ship, so keep us updated. With that, the ship immediately begins a sharp turn, narrowly dodging the ponderous body of the seaborn as it swims by. We can't just take the whole ship across the dimensional door, we're not the only ones on it. But the sea is too wild to simply turn around to let the others leave. It's almost like it's obsessed with this ship. Just what could possibly be coming after this ship all of a sudden? Could it be one of Fabius's order? It's coming after me. Oh god, when did Skadi get here? Skadi? You? Yes, I'm their enemy, an abyssal hunter. As though to prove it, the giant beast began to charge towards the bow of the ship the moment Skadi repositioned herself there. Just what are the Abyss Hunters? Why are they so gung-ho about trying to kill you? Abyss Hunters are those who hunt sea terrors and the seaborn. Of course, this isn't based on any emotion, such as vengeance or resentment. It's Skadi's... well, that's not important right now. What matters is that they solely targeting Skadi. Operators of Rhode Island are heavily injured at this moment from their long defense against the waves in the Dungeon of Phantoms. The same could be said of us and Miss Amia, who battled Mayors in the meantime. To engage the Seaborn in this particular circumstance is... something shakes the vessel massas once again. What's this now? There's more? There are indeed multiple entities surrounding our ship. However, a violent, destructive sound crashes through the waves towards the vessel massas. Past the sudden wall of mist, there was... or lucky, or was this simply how it was supposed to go? Ishar Mla. Sir Knight? Two Seaborns. It's going to be fine, Miss Inquisitor. If he's the same knight we fought earlier, I doubt he'll be able to stop himself from charging at that giant sea monster. Like Onlu said, the knight charges straight at the giant, rough wave at the great Seaborn, as though he had hardly noticed our presence. If we can help the knight repel that Seaborn, we might just have a shot at sending Limbus company back through the dimensional door and escaping aboard the vessel massas ourselves. Can everyone still move? I've got a plan, and I would like for everyone to trust me on this. Things weren't so bad outside after you'd entered the portal. Now it's time for the hunter to get to work. The bright ray of light from Irene's lamp shines upon those atop the deck, while Skadi leaps tall into the air, using the ship's bow as her launching pad. The operators each scatter to their appropriate position as commanded by the Doctor. Ismael and Otis both exited the decks as well, presumably having found someone to steer the ship. The Skull Seed seems to know enough about seafaring to take over. While the crisis is far from over, she was good enough that it was reasonable for us to leave the ship steering to her and descend to the decks for our return. It doesn't seem like we'll be able to bid you goodbye. Are you sure you're going to be okay? You can stay a little longer and help. I appreciate the sentiment, I really do, but... Amia pointed towards the dimensional door, which had shrunk significantly since the first time we saw it. You don't have much time. I wonder if it was supposed to open for a set period of time, or what if it's closing now because our work here is done? There was precious little we could learn about it now, but it was obvious that our time here was coming to an end. Thanks, Amia. We would have been lost for a while in this world if it weren't for Rhode Island's help. Thanks to you, we should be able to sufficiently study the dimensional door before we return. Time to say goodbye to the Iberian Breeze Sea, I guess. Do you have any idea how big the pile of paperwork is going to be at the Inquisition? Merda. Try not to drop it to Ibira next time. You got that? Sure, let's just stay nicely put in our own worlds. As the Great Seaborn briefly falters at the combined might of Skadi and the Knight, the ship's bow managed to stop inches from the dimensional door. Dude, what the hell? How hard does this go? Is there... Yeah, there is. Sorry for a second, I don't think I can move past this without a nice little screenshot. This has to be saved. Manager, now's your chance, get to that dimensional door. Someday, I hope we can meet again. We shall take our leave. Oh, that's cute too. And I don't remember if they even released these as like wallpapers or something. So I'm just saving them like this for the time being. Let's return to the city. The sea had turned into a brutal battlefield, terrible roars contending with one another. After taking one final look at Rhodes Island defending the vessel massas, we leapt into the pitch-black darkness at the center of the dimensional door. I'm swept away by the tides of consciousness. The river draws out my memories and consciousness, sublimating them away. Then... Oh right, I didn't even notice. Oh yeah, it's the basic squad. The usual, not really nameless, but kind of basic operators that we bring along on missions. Where is this Young Huan? I look around and see the sinners turn around the room, dozing off. I see Heathcliff crash like that all the time, but how did everyone crash at the same time, sleeping against the walls? A bizarre sensation that was something truly amiss crawls up in my spine. You have come to. Now that you have come to, I request that you continue your rest in your chamber. Your presence here makes it difficult to conduct cleaning activities in the area adjacent to your body. Huh? What? We just came through the dimensional door after Rhode Island. Rhodes? We're transferred here after the LCAA discovered your company unconscious at the entrance of a Lobotomy Corp branch. I feel like I just went through a memorable experience, but I can't recall what. There was a hole in my memory and this strange emotional tug at my heart, and ego I don't ever recall extracting. Om nom, Rocinante, privy. Avail me but 5 more minutes. Scheduling wooden training dummies to wake you up in 5 minutes. But the bizarre sensation naturally settles. What was that abnormality? What just happened? I don't have any answer to either of those questions, but... Wait, where's Sod? She said something about how there's been a delay or something. I couldn't find Sod, who's been bringing us odd jobs here and there during our stay, anywhere in Yinghuan. I guess this place is also after chapter 8 and 8.5. But on the desk, I did find a note filled with various requests and a letter, both presumably left behind by Sod. We've got a distortion contract. Come on, time to earn your keep. You weren't going to lounge around till we got a message from HQ, right? Are they allergic to giving us time off or something? In that moment, a certain voice briefly surfaces from the abyss of my memories before sinking again. There's no such thing as absolutes when it comes to the value of life, which means that it should never be up to others to define the worth of life, to argue for it. The worth of life. I don't quite recall who said that, or even when I heard it from. Honestly, I don't even understand what it's supposed to mean. You can't change what you see by standing still. if you want to bring about a better world, then even if you may be lost in the ideals, even still, some of these worlds left a lingering impression on my heart. You have to keep walking. Unable to sit still, I got up from my seat and began waking up the sinners one by one. Yeah, it's not like we're getting anything done here. On your feet, guys, time to get to work. The sinners each begin to wake up. Some of them look around to get their bearings, like they were just pulled out of a long dream. I think it's a little bit cheap that they went with the dream route. Again, the entire event was absolute 10 out of 10. I've got no notes for it. I just think it was a bit cheap that everything turned out to just be a dream. Hard mode, I don't think I can get into. Not to mention, it ends in 19 minutes. It took almost 7 hours, but we still made it. And with 1000, there is just enough.
파도는 반드시 밀려올 테니.
There is just enough for Skadi Ismael. Everything else, yeah, would be nice to get it, but I'm not gonna sweat over it. I got the ego, that was the important part. You level the time off you want after you get your casket. Yeah, but as things are now, it's going to be real damn hard for them to get into a casket, since Dante can always bring them back. It feels cheap with the Dream, but it's a one-sided collab, so it isn't canon to Arknights, but it may be canon to Limbus. Again, it may not be canon to Arknights, but the events that unfolded in this collab are prior to the main Abyssal Hunters event that we had in Arknights, this Tultil Feranavis. So we still come in contact with the Seaborn, we still come in contact with another High Priest who basically goes roughly through the same motion. One of them sacrifices herself to get eaten by a higher Seaborn in order to make them evolve. So it can still kind of fit. I think maybe the only thing that doesn't fit all that well is that we meet Irene here early. Because at least when it comes to Arknights proper, I can't remember when we meet Irene for the first time. Okay, oh come on, we're 50 short. Any chance I can get 50 from here? Apparently not. Alright. Ismael, this one should be... Oh, come on! Now this feels cheap too. It's the one good ego that I have. And I have to swap it out for tidal energy. My ID reminding you... Oh yeah, thank you. Where did you go to add friends?
우리 쉔크 동부지부는 야근은 지향하는 주의라서 말일세. 보통 밤에 일어나는
Okay, there we go. Add a friend. I should still have the... Oh, I don't have the ID in memory anymore. I'm going to have to scroll up the chat a little bit, but I'll do it later. You should find the friend request. I don't know, maybe in an hour or two. But I want to do something real quick to get these 50 things that I'm missing so I can do the last 10 pull before the whole thing ends. Oh, okay, and theater is just all the story. You can read back through the entire thing. Now, there's absolutely no way this works. Yeah, no, this one asks for different units in here. You guys reckon I should be able to click? Also, it gives 40 instead of 50. Ah, well, let's just try our luck like this. It's going to take a while, but it's going to be 9 pulls rather than 10. Oh? Oh, come on, I've gotten 3 of this guy. Like this. 15 minutes for the update. Oh yeah, but for the update I can just farm more stuff. Mostly I want to see if I can get my hands on one other ego from the collab. Because I've done almost 130 pulls. I've gotten like 4 or... No, this one was the 5th one. This one was the 5th golden item. I don't know how you guys call the high rarity ones. And none of them have been a collab ego. And no, looks like it's just not in the cards. 132. Ah well, I'm going to just have to be fine with this. Okay then, it's almost 11 PM here. That took a little bit longer than expected, but man oh man, what a collab. Really happy that I managed to not miss out on it. So, as always, thanks a lot for coming by and keeping me company while playing through this thing. My voice is about to give up, so the sooner I shut up, the better. Make sure to like, subscribe, maybe leave a comment, the usual YouTuber stuff. And see you guys around soon. Hopefully tomorrow for the Grand Blue Fantasy Esta Lucia Part 3. Have a nice night. Ciao. And thanks for the sub.